All right, everyone, we are going to get going here really soon. Just getting some, it's not a first time event if you don't have difficulties, right? So they're sorting everything out up front. It is going to be 7 rounds of Swiss. Our first ever 1K Safari Zone is going to be a big boy. We've upped the prizes. We're going wild, but I'll let you guys know all about that here soon. Just trying to help them get things going, and we'll get started. All right, we are rocking and rolling. Let me adjust the sound. This is not my normal mic. We ran into every technical difficulty in the book. Jesse, what's going on, man? Let me know if you can hear me, if you're still here. But yeah, it has been an exciting time. Luckily, though, it looks like everything's ready to rock and roll. We set up the camera high enough that we can hopefully see their hands, so we get more of a first-person kind of experience and can talk about that and how things go. But we're going. We are at 65 people for Safari Zone's first ever 1K, and it is awesome. People are excited. We got some Glimminiers here. We got some Freedom Gaming. We've got some Flower Farm members here. We've got a bunch of locals. We have people from Michigan. We have people from Sweet. What's going on, man? Awesome. I'm glad Volume's doing well. But we've got people from all around, all over, and it is wild. We really, Angel, she's the owner here with her husband Danny. She thought we'd get maybe 30 people here today. So this is the start of something that's going to be really awesome for the Northeast. And I think in total, so price support right now, with additional price support, we're sitting at $1,600 from what I've seen. Oh, there goes the coil. All right. But we're sitting at $1,600 in additional prize support at this time. So it went from a 1K to 1,600, and Angel said I'm still looking at what else I can do. And also we're doing prize support up to top 16, and then now that we have so many people, we're looking at prize support for the top 8 or top 4 to make things stronger for them. So. But it looks like we're going to start. We ink a Cusco and play a Fishbone Quill. And the game has started. So it looks like blue-red against, an Imperial Bow and a Mulan coming down. So something steel. I do not see a second color yet. Looks like she forgot to draw as well. Nope, she's doing the Mulan trigger. Doing the Mulan trigger, draws something, discards it. And let's see. I do not see a second color yet. So we'll see. But we over here, it is Rick. He is one of our locals. He plays with his 2 sons, and he inks a Cusco, plays a Popsicle. No Bell. Feels bad, But I do not know if he's on the Bell version as well. So there's that. I'm gonna have to grab deck lists later, I think, but make things a little bit more exciting. But over on the other side, we ink a Strength and play a Smee, and let's just start getting our questing. Not a bad start, right? When you're playing against red-blue, you're really hoping to just get anything down, right? You want to try and beat what you know is coming. And a Smee is one of the best starts when you're playing any kind of steel deck, right? Because you're not looking to challenge, so you don't need Calhoun, just anything that's questing. And Smee does it better than most. But unfortunately, the coil comes down. We see a Brawl take out that Smee, and we're left with a Mulan. But Rick's hand, our red-blue player, he's not looking too hot either. He's rocking 2 big Sizus and something else. But we respond with a second Smee, quest for 1, and pass. Leaving 1 ink on the table, but another Brawl. So, this is getting really interesting. So as a red-blue player now, you have to make a decision. You can ink that Fishbone Quill and Brawl the Smee again. That is an option. But the problem is you're stuck at 4 ink at that point. You're stuck at 4 ink, and all you have are 2 uninkables. And that's not a good place to be, right? So you have to ask yourself, all right, he opts to rock that Brawl. Oh, that's an ice block. That's not even a sapphire coil. That's an ice block. So there we go. So don't even have to ink anything that turn. He does pass and stuck on 3 ink, and just not where you want to start this game off at. We'll have to try and adjust the camera here in a little bit. Oh, we got a Ruby Steel matchup coming on. Not the best start either. When Ruby Steel, not too hot into red blue. There's not a lot of things you're going to be able to challenge to get that additional lore. Calhoun isn't going to challenge a whole lot of things. You can't do anything. That Sizu comes down, but you can't challenge Sizu. The Mushu doesn't do a whole lot. So it's rough. It's a really rough matchup being a Ruby Steel player against a red blue. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges for Ruby Steel right now is, all right, we are going to double Ice Block and Sizu, baby Sizu the Calhoun, and we're slowly just chipping away with the Mulan. I'm very interested to see just what happens. Ooh, that is big. That is, oh my goodness gracious. That is massive. That is so big. Being that, oh, that finding my platinum, banishing those 2 ice blocks and the popsicle. Oh my goodness. And he top decks the Flaversham, but he held on to that fishbone quill. So now next turn he can get the draw engine going, but man, holding on to that fishbone quill it paid off for him. It really, really paid off for him in a major way. So we'll see. Okay, we get the dock coming down, drawing 2 more, and it looks like we have I'm Still Here, of course, giving resist +1 and drawing a card. So being able to cycle, really effective. It's been a problem for Ruby Steel for the longest time, right? Is how do I continue to apply pressure when it's so hard to draw? Euro, we're gonna figure out the cam part. It is a really nice cam, but we bought a brand new 30-foot HDMI cable. We took it out today for the first time, and unfortunately the HDMI cable is not working. So right now we are streaming on a laptop from a Twitch account with an extremely short HDMI cable, and I am restreaming that stream. So we're gonna figure it out, but we didn't want to hold up the event for technical stuff, so this is kind of where we're at right now. So I do apologize. But this is going to be a long day for everyone, so we just wanted to get them going. Look at all those Mulans. Holy crap. But we'll fix it. I think I have an idea. So we'll see what happens. But we're slowly getting there. Unfortunately, though, that Sizu is going to come down here because you do get to do that shift. And, of course, looks like he got either Sapphire Coil, gets the Sizu down, clears the board, quests for 4, and does he pop the item over there? He does pop the item to draw 2. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. It was looking really promising, right? It's unfortunate for the Ruby Steel player that the brick was Big Sizu's. He held on to that fishbone quill, which was a huge heads-up play. Like, that was really impressive, holding on to that fishbone quill, and that way you had a draw engine for the Flaversham. Because personally, I would have inked that a long time ago, but that's why I don't play red-blue. So we see the Li Shang come down, and she pops what I assume was a Vitalisphere. Giving that Li Shang enough to take out the Hiram. So of just being able to slow down, we do have, so the red-blue player should be at 4 lore right now. He forgot to move the counter, but we do see the Scrooge come down, searching for items. At this point, just any item, right? You want any item, that way you can start drawing with the Hiram Flaversham and get things rocking and rolling. And now we can quest, we can draw 2. Scrooge, he's a powerhouse. And, there we go. And there we update the lore counter. Scrooge is such a powerhouse. People talk about how overpowered and how strong Bella is, how overpowered and how strong the baby Tamatoa is. But that Scrooge is just another piece. Like, if you remove any one of those 3 cards, it gets a lot more difficult to do things, because Scrooge is able to pull back or search your deck. It's an aerial, essentially, but a good body, right? A 4/4 instead of a 2/3. So just that you can possibly play for free. So now Ruby Steel unfortunately plays the big Queen of Hearts, and it's just a rough place. We get the big Tamatoa down, brings back an item, and at this point you bring back the Popsicle. Not enough ink this turn to draw. I do not know if he inked yet, though. We'll see in a second. Because he he could just ink that, yep, just to get the engine going, right? Because unless it, you just want the engine, right? Because now you can quest with the Flaversham and draw 2, and then you just pop the, yep, blow that up because Tamatoa quests next turn. You bring back the Popsicle, and this is like the wombo combo, right? The Scrooge gets the item for the Flaversham digs more. Prince Eric is an interesting card. Prince Eric's going to be able to challenge into something and banish something, so that is really impressive and not too shabby at all. Checking the discard. And looking for something. So I'm curious, did she just quest with the Queen of Hearts then? She did challenge with the Queen of Hearts. So she did challenge with the Queen of Hearts to get a card draw. Okay, there's the dice on Flaversham. So she challenged the Flaversham, gets the card draw, and now Scrooge can come in, remove that, take care of it. So the plan now is, I'd assume that she did the 4 to the Flaversham. That way she can force him to do a trade, but then next turn, when he quests with the Flaversham, she can take out the Flaversham with Prince Eric, and that might be an option, or just wanted to force him to trade his own Scrooge McDuck. We do get the quest in. Now, what would be really interesting if she ran something like a Teeth and Ambitions, and she could of course banish the Flaversham, and then or she could just quest for 2, and then Teeth and Ambitions her Prince Eric, banish the Tamatoa, and banish the Flaversham, because she would deal the 2 damage to the Flaversham and 2 damage to herself. Meanwhile, red-blue is just doing red-blue things. You got both crabs down. A hand that we got 6 cards in hand. And Maleficent Dragon going to be able to answer anything that Ruby Steel can try and do. Gets a second Maleficent Dragon just for funsies, because why not? Next turn, so now he's just debating, do I quest with my Tamatoa right now? And that's the question at hand. I mean, you either quest now, and he might just be wanting to wait to get a bunch of items. Okay. All right. And he just passes. He's like, I'm fine with waiting. So he heals the Flaversham. That way the Prince Eric cannot banish the Flaversham. And from there, now takes out the Flaversham anyways. That Super Goof coming in, gaining that 2 lore. And that's pretty nasty too. Now, they both take 1 damage, of course. So the Tipo, if he really wanted to, could take out that Prince Eric. But I don't think you're necessarily worried about that either. You're already at 8, so no items in hand for the Tamatoa yet. So, oh, no, he does have a coil. So coil's that's 2 that the Tamatoa can do. Vitalosphere comes down, so that's 3 that the Tamatoa is able to quest for. 2, 3. All right. Goes up to 12. Brings back a Popsicle. I would assume a Popsicle. I mean, it doesn't really matter what you bring back. You could just bring back Fishbone Quill, because you can quest with Tamatoa to play that for free. But bringing back the Popsicle allows you to play the Popsicle to draw, because you're looking for a lucky dime, right? If the red-blue player plays lucky dime, then he can still draw into it with Flaversham, and then he can quest with Tamatoa to play the lucky dime for free, and then he still has 3 ink left over, so he can trigger the lucky dime, and that would... Okay, well, that play is gone. So, and he might not play lucky dimes. Like, we do not know. I do not have deck lists at this time. He opts to take that out. He says, I don't want you to quest or anything. Now he plays the Flaversham. He's going to get that card draw. It's going to Do we see an item? No item for the baby Tammy to put down for free. But those Maleficent Dragons are just going to put in so much work now, being able to clear absolutely anything that our opponent wants to play. But let's see what Ruby Steel's got. Right now, Red Blue is questing for 1, 2, 3, going to 17. Her fourth Mulan comes down. And with the rest of her ink, plays a foil Mushu? Maybe? Ooh, this 1970s camera is really kicking our butt right now. But yes. But we'll get those adjusted though. We'll fix the cameras a little bit as time goes on, and make sure we're ready to rock and roll. But let's see, he quests for 2, taking him up to 17. Does he have an item? No item to, okay. All right, so it looks like he did miss the Tamatoa trigger. That Tamatoa, when it quests, can play an item for free, but it looks like he tapped 2 ink for that. And it looks like she said, I'm good to go. There's nothing else I can do here. Let's go to game 2 so I can be on the play and figure things out. And she knows her opponent now. That Sapphire Coil, when she saw that, she probably assumed it was red-blue. But you never know, right? We've seen Sapphire Coil in green blue, red blue, blue steel, seen it. Pretty much any blue deck is trying to find a way to utilize it, being a pretty stellar card. So, but let's see how this changes up. All right, well, get some shuffling in. We do have some ideas. We're gonna do some high speed cams in between rounds today, kind of. Once I get this camera figured out, we're going to be able to run around and get some footage of people while they're playing in the main room. And I don't know, just kind of get some excitement. That way we're not waiting on a waiting screen all day if we see like a hyper aggro versus hyper aggro kind of gameplay. And we'll see what happens. But I also want to get an update from Angel on how we're looking about prize support. Because that's the big question, right? Everybody wants to know how high is prize support going to go? What am I going to get if I win? Because today we are looking at a long day. We have 7 rounds of Swiss. Started a little late, around 12:30-ish, 12:35. So those 7 rounds of Swiss, and then deck checks, and then after deck checks we have top 8. So it's going to be a long day for our players, but I'm sure they have it in them. Right now the prize support's looking pretty juicy, so I think they have it in them. All right. What I need is a second monitor right now. So what if... All right, I have an idea. After this game, I have an idea on how I can make this better for everyone. Make this a more enjoyable experience for everyone watching, so I can actually tell if it's a foil Mushu or not. All right. Let's see. Let me get a melee thrown in here. Let me get some melees thrown in here really quick, and I'll get those thrown in the chat so everyone can, if they have anybody in the chat, are you rooting for anyone that's here? We have a lot of people that travel down. We have probably 30 locals that are here, and then we have, well, about 35 that traveled from Philly, from all over the place, right? And so are any of your buddies here that you're rooting for? Any of your buddies over at the CCS 12K that's happening, that you're rooting for it down there? But I'll get those melees in the chat as well, so you guys can follow along, right? If your buddy's not on the stream. But it looks like our match is about to begin. Altars are done. We ink a Queen of Hearts. Are we gonna play Mulan? Same start as last game. And she opts, I'm not even gonna draw and do a discard. She's like, I like my hand. I'm happy with where I'm at, and we're chilling. Meanwhile, our red-blue player has a really good start. This ability, this ability for the red-blue player to go Popsicle into Tipo into Flaversham is going to be really nasty. But when you're the red-blue player has to keep in mind that he now knows that he's playing a Ruby Steel deck, so he has to be aware that anything I turn sideways, that Tipo, that Hiram Flaversham, is a target, is something that can get blown up. We don't know if she runs Thebes or anything, but if she does run Thebes, she could drop a Thebes, she could move the Calhoun, put Challenger on the Calhoun. Next thing you know, she gains a whole bunch of lore that way. So there's a lot of opportunities here, and he has to be really careful when he's turning those characters sideways. Looking at the chat, Ruby Steel player here is a local menace in Columbus, Ohio. I'm rooting for her. Nice. That's awesome. My buddy that just came and visited, an old military buddy of mine, is in Columbus, Ohio. He just started playing. He's like maybe a month into it, probably not even that. So he's loving his Robin Hood homebrew deck right now. But he just came down. I gave him like 600 cards, or he took about 600 cards so he could make some more stuff. Happy for him. Ooh, and Ruby Steel getting the Li Shang down. My buddy coming in, he's like, I don't even know what that card is. I need to read it. And let's see. We see the Li Shang come down. Pokey, I imagine you know Angel from her Pokemon sales. So does the Safari Zone owner still tell people to she has never told me that. So I probably not anymore, but she does. I think they are Newport 100s, but she does go outside now. So oh man, if I mentioned her name, would she know who you are? And I could tell her you stopped by the stream. Oh man, but looking at the game, red blue comes down, drops 4 items, and gets that big 4/4 Scrooge McDuck for free, pulls an item out, and now just able to start doing work. An interesting play. So our red blue player opts, he's like, I'm fine. I'm going to take out the Mulan. I don't want you to quest for 1. And I'm fine with you going ahead and taking out the Tipo and gaining 2. But one of the exciting things, oh no, that won't do much. So, it's too bad she's not on 5 ink and not able to drop the, ooh, but Li Shang lets her challenge ready character. Or that's someone, love watching people have to read that card. I have to pull up that card really quick. I'm pulling up Dreamborn as we speak so I can read that card really quick. I believe it has something to do with challenging ready characters and getting Challenger when it's damaged, maybe? All right, let's see what we got here. So Li Shang, this character can challenge ready characters. While this character has damage, he gets +2. Nice. So that is really good. So instead of opting to get the 2 lore from Calhoun, she decides to throw the Li Shang into the Tipo, and now Li Shang can't be traded into, right? Or the Scrooge wouldn't live, right? If she had challenged the Tipo, she opts to quest. Interesting play. My thoughts there was that she was going to do nothing with the Calhoun. She wanted to challenge with the Li Shang. That way, if he challenged back with the Scrooge McDuck, then the Scrooge McDuck would be banished. This way, though, now the Scrooge McDuck can challenge the Calhoun and live, and she doesn't get that lore. Oh, and it looks like the ice blocks are coming down to do bad business. All right, I assume they're doing some math. All right, clears the Li Shang, and so if he gets Challenger +2, he would have been a 4. So the Scrooge McDuck only taking 2 damage, and now the Calhoun can come in and that Popsicle coming in to just heal that Scrooge McDuck. Oh man, I liked where things were going, and unfortunately, just ice blocks and popsicles and all of that, just making things so difficult. We'll get her to ready that Calhoun, but now it looks like she does opt to hit the Scrooge McDuck so she can get some card draw, and because that's always been the biggest issue, right? Ruby Steel, they need that card draw, and hopefully she saw something that she can put some work in. But Scrooge McDuck, just seeing how strong that card is, playing a 4/4/1 for free and also getting to search your deck is just such a powerful, powerful tempo play. But what's going on, Chicano? What's going on, brother? I hope all is going well. I'm going to have to track down our flower farm teammates that are here. I know she's out there. It has been a wild morning. So I even left my water in the car. We see the visions come in. That's actually the first visions we've seen. So now we do know that. Something to keep in mind if we do go to a game 3. But it's looking a little rough right now. That is a lot of items. We do need to fix the camera a little bit. We need to get that zoomed down a little bit for all these item players that I have no doubt we will see today. Because he is rocking a lot of them over there, that's for sure. Still deciding, what do I want from the visions of the future? Looks like he takes the baby Sizu, just being able to clear most anything that she's going to play. And we do have the big Tamatoa in hand. So unfortunately, only on what looks like 6 ink right now. So we do need to find something to ink. So the question is, do I ink this Flaversham here? Or I could just play the Flaversham, draw 2 cards. Nope, I'm just going to ramp with a Tipo. All right. All right, we opt to just go that route instead and say we do not need the card draw yet. And it could just be that he doesn't want to blow up those Sapphire Coils, that attack removal, especially where he does have the baby Sizu in hand. That baby Sizu with that coil giving him a lot of opportunity to kind of clear anything that our Ruby Steel player is going to play. We do see the Shift Mulan. We see the Super Goof come down, deals 2 damage, and able to draw a card off of Queen of Hearts. So really great start there. Really, so she challenged with both. Okay, that explains why the Flaversham is banished. All right, so she challenges with both, gets to draw 2 cards. Really nice. That Super Goof, of course, giving her that +2 lore as well. So moving the board, and she's got 4 cards in hand. So we know that she does run Dock. I could not tell if there was a Dock in hand, but 4 cards in hand, she's able to start putting in some work as well, because we do see the baby Sizus, but there's no board removal right now, like big wide board removal. So if she's able to just start spamming down characters, there's opportunity to start putting in a lot of work here. Being at 6, she still has time. Again, this deck thrives off of challenging things. So when this red-blue player wants to start questing, he has to be aware that there's a lot of things going on in that deck that just wants you to turn sideways. So things can get nasty quick. 1 Mushu and a Super Goof is, 4 lore? So things to remember. We see the Flaversham come down, not before removing some attack. And we see another Ice Block and a Brawl. And that being able to just clear the board with that baby Sizu, unfortunately. Nope, not enough ink to do that. So he can remove 1. So he could just opt to remove the Queen of Hearts, remove the card draw, which is, I think, a good option. And, if they're only going to go to 8 with Super Goof, and I think you're fine with that. I don't think that's something you're worried about. Inks the Brawl, Sapphire Coil the Queen of Hearts, and if he used... All right, so there's the other. So, all right, so Sapphire Coil and Ice Block. So that's -3 attack. Baby Sizu comes down, able to remove the Queen of Hearts while also getting 2 more items down. And it is looking nasty. Now, if the red-blue player opts to just not quest here, then Super Goof is just going to sit there. And that's what he does. Just opts, I'm not going to quest. I'm not worried about it. And we're fine with that. Hey, Jaina. No, everybody was able to sign up. Was there players there that couldn't sign up due to not enough room, or was everyone able? Yeah, everybody that showed up was able to sign up. And we even started late waiting for some players that called us and said, hey, I'm running behind. So we didn't start till about 45, but everybody that's here, 65 people, I believe, and they were all able to get in. So really, really good showing. A lot more than what Angel thought we'd have. Red Ruby Steel getting down 4 questing power. Opts to quest with that super goof. Says, I'm going to get the 1 lore just in case you have Big Sizu in hand, just in case you have a B prep in hand, and because I'm not going to lose out on that opportunity. Prince Eric is a really, like, that card is just so annoying. Able to quest for 2 while also being able to just banish something else. Like, it feels bad to banish the Prince Eric, but at the same time, you don't want to let Prince Eric continue to just quest away, because those 2s, it adds up. And again, all it takes, this deck wants you to challenge, right? Or it wants you to turn sideways. Yeah, what's up, Lorcana buddies? The camera's going to be worked on. We were already starting a little late, and we didn't want to start even later for technical difficulties. We bought a brand new HDMI cable, and unfortunately the HDMI cable did not work. So we're having to use one laptop that is streaming the event at the table with a really short HDMI cable, and then I'm restreaming that Twitch stream. So as soon as this round is over, I'm going to I have an idea on how to fix things on my end. So, but I am going to work on it. We will work on that very soon. So, well, hopefully, if this does not go to a round 3. But yes, I do agree. It's a little blurry. They played a Mushu earlier, and I was not sure if it was a Mushu or not. So, well, good. I'm glad you're excited. Glad you're happy. So, this is round 1 of 7 of Swiss today. So, we are going to have lots of opportunities. I was telling people earlier, I have an idea on how I've thought it would always be a really cool idea if removes the Prince Eric. Lots of opportunity. I thought it'd be really cool. I've always thought it'd be really awesome if at events they would go around with a camera to watch other games that are being played. So I have an idea on how I can make it work, and I'm just gonna, in between games, I'm gonna take my phone out that is hopefully still connected to my OBS, and I'm going to just kind of check out the crowd. We're gonna go talk to some people. We're gonna see other games that are being played by other people at other tables, and because you never know, if we have a game that comes on and it's a quick, 15-minute 2-0, then I don't want you guys to sit here and just look at nothing for the longest time. So we have ideas. We have lots of ideas to make this great. Now, Ruby Steel, rough place right now. Chaotic Brony, you said you've seen some Ruby Steel in action. Any thoughts on what can happen here? Oh, the Mushu does come down, giving the Smee the ability to go ahead and quest for 2. So that is really exciting. And Smee, of course, being able to just chill. Now drawing 2 cards with a dock. Man, it is never over until it is over. Look, just like that. Look at that board that Ruby Steel has. And we've already seen 2 baby Sizus. Can you challenge and quest for lore and then turn your ink and drop cards into play afterwards? Can you challenge and quest for lore and then turn your ink and drop cards into play? Are you talking about how she didn't ready her ink at the start of her turn? Because if that's the case, it's sequencing, right? If there was a judge, the judge would kind of give them like a, hey, just a heads up, make sure you start turning your ink, all right? And that'd kind of be like the first thing. But Lorcana is really friendly when it comes to judging and things like that, where, hey, you didn't turn your ink, so you don't get to do any of that stuff. You didn't ready your ink, so all that is mute now. Moot. But so if a judge was sitting at the table right now, that's simply what would happen. Is the judge would be like, hey, you need to start readying your ink. Ready your characters and ready your ink on ready, set, draw, right? So just Lorcana's trying to be friendly, right? And I really like that direction, because other games, if you don't do something like that, like if you don't get the sequencing correct, then as you said, like you're SOL, yeah, sorry, out of luck. So Looking at the chat though, red blue is the worst. Yeah, and that's kind of how I viewed Ruby Steel. And I think with this heavy blue steel meta, Ruby Steel has a really good opportunity because blue steel has so many characters. But this red blue, I think, is just really, really bad luck start for the Ruby Steel player. But Mushu is doing some, excuse me, Mushu is giving opportunity, right? Allowing you to gain 2 lore. So maybe there's still a chance. Tamatoa, though, that is a lot of items on board, but you're only at 3 lore. So you're still okay. Another Smee comes down. You love to see that. We'd love to see another Dock. Probably just gonna leave Mushu ready. You don't want to lose that opportunity. Sweet. Well, welcome to the game, Lorcana buddies. But yeah, so typically playing it correct is it goes ready, set, draw. So when your opponent says pass, you will ready all of your ink, and then you'll do all of the triggers, ready your ink, and then you'll go to your draw phase, and then you'll start playing and doing things. Oh, but the Shift Sizu comes down and just clears the whole board because of the Sapphire Coils, the Ice Blocks, and now it's just, and you quest with the big Sizu when it comes down, so you're questing for 3 there, another one with the baby Sizu, correcting the lore, love it, keeping each other honest. So, and then now we can still do the Tamatoa turns, and that doesn't feel good either. We play a Popsicle to draw, just digging for the lucky dime if he is running it. And now we quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go all the way to 11. And next turn sitting at Lorthel. So just rough, right? Because, and then, and just drops the Vitalosphere. And that is plenty. Unless she runs B prep. Unless there's a B prep in that deck, I think our game is unfortunately over for our Ruby Steel player. Not the best way to start, but I think there's going to be a lot of character-based decks here. My local meta, it is pretty character-based heavy. We don't have a lot of red-blue players. It's just unfortunate that she paired against one of our local red-blue players. One of very, very, very few in our local meta, to say the least. So, is able to go up to 12. Is it enough to stop this next turn, though? No, it is not. Tamatoa questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by himself. Oh, man. And round 1 comes to an end in a 2-0, and rip for Ruby Steel, because I know everybody that was watching was most likely cheering for that Ruby Steel player to take it out. It feels bad, but so I have this great idea to get some live gameplay and stuff going, but I am going to try messing with the cameras really quick. So bear with me. I'm gonna put this. So let's see what I can figure out here. We're rocking 1 monitor right now, and that 1 monitor is I'm not used to only rocking 1 monitor in my life. So, but I have ideas. So stick with me. I'm just going to completely remove this window. So we're going to cut that out. Oh, there's my hands. Hi, guys. Rough round 1 matchup, but I'd put money on seeing her in top 8. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got... I think Ruby Steel is in a really good position. And the thing is about Ruby Steel is, honestly, it's off meta. So the fact that it is off meta means that people don't know really how to respect what they're trying to do. So that holds a lot of power as well. And because they're going to do things that they just don't expect, right? And I think that is powerful. I think there is power in that opportunity. So I think she's going to do well. Like I said, we have a lot of character-heavy decks here. We're going to see a lot of blue steel today, where I believe she will shine, and I think she's going to do well. And she's a strong player. She's got her Glimmineers jersey on. We've got a few Glimmineers here. I think there's 7 of them. So, All right, look at that. That's better, right? Do we feel like that's better? Is that a little bit less blurry? That might be the best I can do, but I have one more idea if that isn't at least a little bit better. But in the meantime, as much this 1K is our guinea pig, and you guys are about to be my guinea pigs because I am going to try and do what I call the high speed chase, in the sense that I am going to try and use my phone as a camera to walk around the main room, and just so you guys can kind of see what's going on live, and you guys can see, maybe we'll kind of just stand awkwardly around another match so you guys can watch that, and it's gonna be awesome. So I'm gonna come over here. You guys are let's just turn this off for now. We'll pull this up. We'll go to Video Ninja because Video Ninja is amazing. We're gonna create a reusable link, generate an invite link, and then I need to send this to my phone. All right, so actually I'll take a picture with my phone. So we'll take a picture, bring that up. Oh yeah, I think this is gonna work, guys. I'm really excited. We'll just kind of mute it for now. All right, and then we need to create this source, and we'll create a browser. We'll call it mobile cam. Come over here, we'll copy this. We'll go here, okay. Let's go back camera. Oh, come on. Oh, start. Is it gonna work? Allow. Oh, yes. All right. We're going to give this a try, guys. Like I said, I have never seen someone else try this before. But we're gonna give it a try and see if we are able to get some like webcam or like some mobile games going on. It looks like it's not going to work. What happens if I go sideways though? Let's see if I can make this fit well. What happens if we... Actually, it's not too bad, right? We could see a game like this. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and do this. I'm sad I couldn't make it there today, being sick with the crew from... Oh, is this Gardner? Is it Gardner? Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, is this David? Is this Chongo Monken? Is this Gardner? I hope you don't mind me saying your potential name. You could just say no and then we'll never know. But, all right, I am going to try. Yeah, what's going on, man? Yeah, I'm sorry you're sick. It would have been awesome to meet you, but I'll definitely have to meet your team from Baltimore and make sure they get a picture for you guys. But we're going to try this out, guys. I'm going to run this out here. I will not be able to see the chat, okay? So you guys just let me know in the chat, and I'll read it when I get back, and you can be like, that was awful. Please never do that again. But we're gonna rock and roll, and you guys are going to get to see a little bit of the behind the scenes of Safari Zone Collectibles also. So bear with me, guys. Hey, that's all we can do, right? All right, how's that? We're improvising, right? So, all right. Tell me, was that really bad? Okay, like be honest. And I need to get a face cam. There's no face cam on this computer, so I'll get that set up as well. But was that really bad? Could you guys hear anything? I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I've never used video like this, so um, I've got my headphones in the car though. I'm gonna go grab those. If that camera thing wasn't so bad, then I'll grab the headphones and maybe we can actually have some audio and walk around. And because you guys only saw the back half of the store, there's still an entire front half of the store, um, and get some other games as well. So no volume out on the floor. Okay, all right, I will fix that, or I will attempt to fix that. So and see what we can do. Well, actually, I can experiment right now. Good, just no sound. Okay, we're going to experiment right now. I'm going to mute myself. We'll get the video back up. Share your camera. Allow. We will start. All right, so can you guys hear me right now? Probably. My volume is going mad, so I'm really loud if you guys can hear me. So I apologize because I probably just really did a number on your eardrums. Yes. Oh, okay, sweet. Okay, then in that case, I'm gonna go grab my headphones from the car, so it might be a little bit easier to hear me while I'm out on the floor. And we'll also just try the whole we'll also just try no headphones, and you guys can get like a whole experience. But I think it'd be cool to also just talk to some of the players. That might be kind of cool. Talk to them in between rounds, how they're feeling. I know that people have some friends here and stuff, so talk to them, that kind of thing. So appreciate the content between rounds. Nice. Well, good, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's just it, right? I want to try, and that way we're just not on a wait screen. Unfortunately we only have the one game going at a time, and I just don't want us to sit there on the wait screen the whole time and do our thing that way. So I'm going to go head back out to the main floor then. That way they just hit the 5-minute timer, but I don't know if there's any other games going. So I'm going to go get my headphones. I I just said that, but I'm going to go get my headphones, which are in the car. So I am going to put you guys on a wait screen for just a second, but I promise when I get back in, the next round will be going, and then we'll also do the whole mobile kind of high-speed cam thing and have some fun that way. So this wait screen, only a couple minutes. Okay, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. We'll be fine. Fix the screen as well a little bit. All right. I will be right back, guys. All right, we are going, guys. We are back at it. We have pairings up. Let me get the screen up. I'm slightly out of breath, so forgive me while I catch up, but here we go. We are going to have an exciting match. We have a local on the right side of the screen and a gentleman that I do not know his name, but he is recently engaged. So shout out to him. His fiance is going to be watching, so if she is here, shout out to you on your recent engagement. Or he said fiance. Whenever I hear fiance, I assume recent engagement. We have this issue in the military where we just we get engaged on on a Monday and then we marry them on Tuesday. So yeah. So maybe it's gone on for a while, but hope your wedding is beautiful and exciting and awesome. And yeah, thanks for sparing him to come play some Lorcana. When you do get here, though, if you are here, if you get here soon, say hello. But we're gonna have a great match. Never mind. Our local is actually on the left side of the screen, and the recently engaged gentleman is on the right side of the screen. So we'll see how things rock and roll. I know what our local is running, but I do not know what and his shorts on the right side of the screen are awesome. They're like duckies, I think, and I'm wearing some flamingo shorts. So I was like, cool shorts. He was like, cool shorts. And we had this cool bro bonding moment over our shorts. It was magical. So, but here we go. We got the dice rolling done. We're going to get into our altar phase. So I need you guys' help, okay? In Lorcana, it is not a mulligan, all right? It is a full-blown altar. We do not mulligan. We are not Magic the Gathering or any other crazy world that does mulligans. We are... Oh, no. Oh, here we go. It is a green... Oh, my. It is a green steel mirror. And not only that, it is a very similar green steel mirror. We see the beasts in there. Ooh, this is going to be really interesting. How do you guys feel about green steel? I am in love with green steel right now. I have not played it yet. I have not played green steel yet, but I'm in love with the idea of green steel. Both the pirate version we saw at the Hunter Burton, but also the discard version. I have never been so afraid of a card like I am the Shift Pete. The Shift Pete just terrifies me. That being a 5/5 with resist +1 almost always, right? Whenever it's exerted, and not letting your opponent sing songs. Like, being a steel song player, that is a terrifying card. Like, it's caused me to raise my World's Greatest Criminal Minds, which feels really bad. But that card, if you get that down on turn 4, that's bad. That's rough. And the thing is, there's nothing you can do to stop the Shift Pete from coming down. So, but here we go. We're about to start. And it looks like our local did win the dice roll. He inks the Ursula, plays the Diablo, and now he's like, oh, crap. And that's a no. Ooh, that is an interesting hand because, that is a really interesting hand. This will be an interesting match. Very different starting hands for sure. But now that you're on the draw, you have to be asking yourself, do I change a little bit of my game plan? Getting those warded characters down is going to be huge, though, because Green Steel doesn't have a great way to deal with them. So you get the Prince John down, you get the Muses down, you start beating him up that way. But here we just start taking care of some songs and take care of that. I'm Still Here. Phenomenal song. The movie, and the card's not bad either, but the movie is beautiful. So, Chicano, Meyer, you see any red blue items? Bro, it's scary. Hobo Sizu, Big Sizu, and Coil eating up everything. Yes, so I've not seen any like hardcore win condition pure items, but the last red blue player we saw in round 1 was on an item like the Hobo Sizu, Baby Sizu or Hobo Sizu, and goes in, played a lot of items, no B preps, just Sizus and Big Sizus. But this is rough. We do see Let the Storm Rage On go away. We do not see that other card. But if it's a second Let the Storm Rage On, it is a second. So he's going to be able to clear this Ursula and draw 2 cards, and that is rough. The card advantage just starting already. So we see a Zeus. Ooh, a Zeus in a green steel is very different that is something that the opponent's probably not going to expect. But we do know, like, there's a high probability that we see that Ursula come down next, or the cat come down next turn. Now, the question is, if you are in a green steel mirror and in this position, do you play the Ursula and move the Ursula over to the cove now? That Ursula does become a 4, but it's still okay. So that is not the answer. Okay, well, we learned that quick enough. Oh yes, you play the muses. Of course, you get the warded character down because now you can start singing songs. You can start bouncing things. But do we see the Cheshire Cat come down this turn for our gentleman? And we see we're exerting 5 to play the cat, and now, do I try and get the muses going by bouncing stuff, or what are my options here? Okay, so we just discard 1 card. We're happy with that. We take that option. Do we remove the cove? Nope, we just quest. Move the lore counter. I'm gonna go yell at Jeff. I can yell at the locals, okay? I would never yell at the people who travel here, but the locals, I can yell at you. I don't feel bad. Okay, the Pete does come down. That is a pretty good option there. And what do we got? Okay, all right. Very nice. We take out the cat, we bounce the Ursula, and we move to the cove. And just like that, we're in a really good position. Now, we do have a Zeus that isn't doing a whole lot. We can't sing that Zeus right now or play that Zeus in even, but we can make him go down to 0 cards with the Cheshire Cat, and that is rough. That is going to be really tough to handle because now you're top decking. But again, you are top decking, but you have a Muses, you have the Cove, you have a Pete, so he's not able to quest without losing any characters, and the Pete surviving. So it's not the end of the world. As the as the gentleman on the right, he's not in an awful position. It's not good. It's definitely not good, but it's definitely not bad either. So we'll see what happens and how we proceed from here. All right, for my energy drink enjoyers, what's your favorite? Ooh, the Diablo comes down. That is a really big. No Ursula, but that cat being able to just pop that Diablo, and that's not a bad option either. That ability to just go ahead and blow up the Diablo because he's already in top deck mode. So if you get him out of top deck mode, then why not? Sure, he'll be able to trade with the cat, with the Pete, but do you want him to draw? Do you just maintain this lead that you have and just wait to get a Diablo of your own? Because you could play the Ursula here, just waiting to get a song. Alani Nu. I don't know what that means, Jaina. I do not know what that means. He does sing the Zeus. All right, so he does Zeus the Diablo. I do not know what he played over there, but I am assuming it is the 3-cost Ursula. And he is also in top deck mode now. So really interesting play there to go that route. Oh yes, I asked about energy drinks. Alani, okay. I do not, that's yes, I see, it's all coming together now. I see what you did there. I don't know if I've ever tried an Alani before, to be perfectly honest. I did just get brave enough to try Celsius though, and Celsius was pretty good. It was like a fruit berry flavor. I like that. But my peach monster is top tier. Oh no, not a fan, huh? What can I say? I worked night shift for about a year when I was stationed in Alaska. We do see the strength of a raging fire, so that is really good. He can take out the cat here, and if he wanted to, he could just bounce the Diablo and just slow down the questing power. Because why not? Oh no, he bounces the 3-cost Ursula. I forgot that card was over there. Pete. So like I said, this game is far from over. They're both essentially in top deck mode, and now you have no board on the other side. So this is a really rough position. Sure, you have a card in hand now, but 3-cost Ursula is not going to do a lot. Oh, he had another 3-cost Ursula. The Diablo comes down. The Diablo is going to start getting him that card advantage next turn. Unless you get a song, at this point you just need a song to keep bouncing the Diablo back at hand. We do see the sudden chill, so we are able to bounce the Diablo, and that's your only option. You have to keep doing that, because if you do not, then that Diablo just takes the entire game away. So that is a really good option. But yeah, when I was working Alaska, when I was stationed up there, 2 Diablos. When I was stationed up there, we had a monster machine right outside my office. And I was on nights for about a year, so I never saw sunlight, right? And all winter. So I just drank the crap out of monsters, and now it's just part of my life. All right, we play the song because we just, again, we have to bounce the Diablo. We cannot let that card advantage happen. So Chicano, all this green steel is scary. I wasn't playing during the Bucky era. Now I see its power. Oh, Chicano, let me tell you right now, this green steel would not last to turn 4 against the Bucky era green steel. And I say that only joking, because that green steel was extremely slow. But that green steel, you would know by turn 3 if the game was over. It was absolutely disgusting. But it is the reason that I started playing Steel Song, and bouncing something again, because why not? And we get to draw a card, which feels really good. So let's see what he drew. Do we get to play it? No, he inks it. All right, he inks it because he can't play it, so he can't afford to lose out on that value. But yeah, Bucky era Green Steel was a monster. But it's why I started playing Green Steel, because of Grab Your Swords. It's why I started playing Steel Song, because Steel Song did really well into the Bucky era of Green Steel. So this new Green Steel, though, very different, but I'm extremely excited to play it. I think it's more kind of the playstyle that I like. I never played the Bucky version because I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I found it very demotivating to play against, and I found it very demotivating to play. So I just never bought the Diablos or anything. But I'm gonna start playing some Green Steel this time. Oh, and we send the Diablo back again. So, and we go to 19. Oh man, oh man. And we get to draw. Oh, he did miss the Diablo. So he did miss the trigger off of Diablo. So that is something to keep in mind, right? If you let the Storm Rage on an opponent's Diablo, that opponent, the action goes and you drew a card with the action, so the Diablo gets to draw a card as well, but it's not a have to. You may draw a card when your opponent draws a card. So if they miss that trigger, they miss that trigger. And that is unfortunate. Luckily you are at 19, so it's not the end of the world, but it could be that missing that trigger earlier on could be the end of the game for you. So something to keep in mind. Make sure you're tracking that as you pick up Green Steel, that is an option. But we are going to go into game 2. Our gentleman on the right is going to have the play here. Let me see if I can get something up. This is what I want. Bang. We'll change the text. We'll go round 2. I apologize, guys. My stream is not as pretty as 20 Lores is, or Garrick's. Garrick, when he did the ink, that was a pretty stream as well. But we get the job done. We get the job done for now. It'll happen. We'll get there. Safari Zone, I'm telling you guys now, all right? Safari Zone is going to be the store on the Northeast. We got Southside Gaming down, repping the South, the far South over in Florida. We've got Charlie's Collectibles repping that area in Atlanta. And then Safari Zone is going to rep the Northeast side. This store is massive. You guys will get to see it here soon. The store can fit 100. Well, you'll see. We have 65 people out there, and we still have like 10 tables with nobody sitting at them. And I think the store can fit like 128 people comfortably without adding more tables. It is a massive store, and there's still room to add tables if we move some things around. So, and there's lots of food around us as well. And I think that's important. And 2 restrooms. I think that's important. Nothing's worse than going to a venue that has one restroom. Feels bad. All right. Getting our altars going. And we'll see how this game goes. Shout out to my buddy Quan. He's the one that makes me these 3D printed lore counters that you see in the middle of the screen. This one with Winnie the Pooh colors. And then I just have a whole bunch of characters out, and I tell the players, hey, take whatever character you'd like. Pick your poison. Looks like we chose an Easter Stitch on the right. That is a Stitch Funko with Easter Bunny ears on, and on the left we chose a Pluto. All right, this time we have our gentleman on the right, our recently engaged sir with the phenomenal shorts, and going on the start, we ink the I'm Still Here, play the Diablo. How do you like it, sir? And we do see 2 songs, and that does feel bad because if we see an Ursula come down on turn 2, you can't ink both of those songs, right? Not only is one uninkable, but that just does feel bad. But it does open up the opportunity that Ursula can only take one of those songs. So that is something that now you have the option to do that. So we see it come down, and will he take the Strength or the Storm Rage on? He says, I'm going to take the Inkable because I want to hurt you. Like, I want you to not have cards to be able to ink. There they reset the lore counter. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You guys are awesome. But is that a second Ursula in his hand? Do you play the second Ursula? Is it that big of a deal to play it? Because, I mean, it's not necessarily so it is a second Ursula. I mean, so you could ink the Cove and play the Ursula. And I think that is a pretty good play. I think that is a good option. You could also just ink the Morph. Yep, so you ink the Morph and play the Ursula. Yep, play the Ursula because now you can get rid of that Let the Storm Rage on. Or do you get rid of the Inkable? Nope, he does opt to get rid of the Storm Rage on because he has enough Inkables for the Diablo anyways. So now, this is going to be interesting though because our opponent on the right, he does not have, he's down to 1 card and it is not Doc. So he can get Muses down if he draws an Inkable, but if he can't answer this Diablo, the game is going to go a very bad way very quickly. So we'll kind of see what happens here. He needs to draw an Inkable. He might be regretting that he played that. Oh, looks like an Inkable. So he can get that Muses down, which is really important to do. It was an Inkable. So that's 3 Ursulas in the Inkwell. He gets the Muses down. So now he has a way. If he top decks a song, he has a way to stop that Diablo from essentially stealing the game away. Because our buddy with the shorts on the right, he is in a great position to be able to continually bounce that Diablo. He just needs 1 song to be able to run away with this game. So let's see, is that a Tinkerbell? So Tinkerbell is a good option, but if we play the Pete here, if he plays the Pete here, then you're guaranteed at least 1 draw off of that Diablo. Then that might be the play. That's not too bad because that draw power is going to be so big. Okay, we do get the Pete down, which is a really heads up play. That is a hidden Cove up there, so that's really good as well. And then now he has to decide, am I going to quest or do I want to challenge something? Do I need to get something off the board right now? And it looks like he opts to quest. And now let the draw begin. At this point, our gentleman on the right, he's just hoping and praying that he sees his own Diablo so he can trade, or that he sees a song. And because he has to answer, or just, a damaged song would do it. He needs to see something, and it looks like it's not one. It looks like it's not a song that he wanted to see. And it's an expensive card. Oh, yeah, you don't need that item removal, unfortunately. So you go ahead and move everything to the Cove. You can start questing out, or you can just remove his Cove, which feels really good as well. And you can quest with the Muses because why not? Like, all right. Oh, you can play Pete again, which just slows down everything. Because again, even if your opponent draws a song here, they can't do anything against your Diablo because you played that Pete. Meanwhile, double Pete is able to get down. Okay, take out the Diablo, draw first, really heads up play going that route. Oh, but now you can get the Beast down. So do you play the Beast or do you play the Pete? That is the question. Playing a Pete here allows him to take out the Hidden Cove next turn. And it looks like he's going to go with a Pete. If he goes Pete, I think there's a really good argument to just not challenge anything that turn with the Pete. You just keep the Pete ready, but he's going Beast. He's going Beast. He said, okay, you can choose. Do you want to take out my Diablo? Do you just want to try and keep bouncing my Diablo? That is something as well. One thing to note, technically, you do not draw your card until they draw their card. So Diablo draws off of their draw. So you kind of just wait until they draw. They have to draw regardless, right? Your opponent doesn't have a choice. At the start of your turn, you always draw. But technically, it's when your opponent draws, you may draw. So do keep that in mind. You never know when you might run into someone that's just like, hey, man, like, technically, you cheated. Technically, that's wrong. All right, looks like he's going to quest with the Ursula. Quest for 2. It doesn't do you any good to challenge into that Pete. Let the Pete do the challenging for you. You draw off of Beast, and you get a Tinkerbell, which is really nice because that Tinkerbell, incredibly difficult to deal with. And does he opt to just go that route? And it looks like he does, because why not, right? You know your opponent's trying to just quest right now. You know your opponent just wants to quest, wants to get there. He's going to be turning sideways. So getting the Tinkerbell down gives you the ability to just kind of run away with things that way. He does sing Bruno. Yeah, okay. All right. So the Beast does lose out on... The Beast will not be drawing him any cards next turn, but that's also not the end of the world, so... Oh, sorry, guys. Texting the wife back. She wants to come see me cast, so getting her the address really quick. I'm going to be in trouble, though. I missed her phone call and all the wild running around. So but if I don't come back, ladies and gentlemen, it's because I missed my wife's phone call. But all right, coming back to the game, we do draw a strength. So that strength, being able to sing, can deal damage to the Beast, which doesn't feel bad because then you can bounce the Diablo and the Beast doesn't get to the draw. So you get to start shutting things down. You can shut down your opponent's ability to draw an infinite amount of cards, but Beast can still quest for 2. The Tinkerbell is still questing. So it's rough. It's really rough. It looks like, so he opts to take out the Pete. So which is a really interesting play going that route, because now he still gets to draw that additional card in this turn, 2 Diablos, and he can play both of them this turn as well. There goes down one of them. There goes down a second Diablo. So it's getting real rough out there for our buddy with the shorts. We quest for 4, move the tracker. Oh, man. Oh, man. And I'd be curious if our opponent, if the green steel on the right is on he is on the Shift Pete, and I will say that our opponent on the left, he is on a set 6 version. He opted to just go heavy tempo. I'm not going to run the Shift Petes. I'm just going to throw in the Tinkerbells, the Beasts, and do what green steel has done really well for a really long time. And he's questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and he has Lorthal on board. At this point, you're just and that's not going to do it. Oh, and that's game. Round 2 comes to an end in a very decisive 2-0 for our green steel players. So, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get the live live look at what's going on out there. We'll find another match. I will get some more gameplay for us, and we'll see what happens. Again, though, I cannot see the chat while I'm out there. So if you guys have any questions or thoughts, hey, it was too loud. Hey, that was really bad. Hey, I want to see that thing you looked at that was on the left side of the corner in that room. Just let me know in the chat, and I'll check the chat when I get back, okay? So let's see. I'm going to open up video. First, I'm going to call my wife back. She did call, so I'm going to call her. We're going to get the video going, and we're going to rock and roll. So bear with me for just a second. All right. We're going to try the mobile cam, guys. Let me know real quick how's the volume. This is what we're working with right now. How's the volume, though? Is the volume okay? If you're here in the chat, let me know how the volume is. And I'll start moving once I see someone respond. And then we'll go see some games. If I could get my face cam working, we do have a green screen. I've never used a green screen before. Farzone's got it all here. They're doing good things. Volume is good. Okay, sweet. We're gonna get some gameplay going. Get a look at the back warehouse. The Safari Zone is known for Pokemon. That is their bread and butter. They sell a whole bunch of it, and it is just Pokemon galore. And then there's some binders, but pretty much just Pokemon. All the Pokemon, and then there's, I will say, there's more Lorcana here than Magic, which is really fun. At least more product, like sealed product. But here's our streaming area. This is what we're working with. Streaming is a newer thing here, so we're trying to get it going. And this is how we started. So we can only go up from here, right? And then here is the room, and let's see how things are going out here. Did you guys pair against each other?
No.
No? Okay.
This is the loser side.
No, this is the people having the most fun side. All right. Wave, Maya. Yeah.
Literally, he plays that one before. Then next turn he plays a Robin Hood.
We're gonna move on. No one wants to watch Blue Steel play. One of our locals. All right.
Meyer?
Yeah, yeah.
Fan of the channel.
Thank you very much. What's your name?
Julius?
Julius?
Yeah.
Julius.
Jones.
Joe, do you have I seen your comments and stuff, or have you commented before?
If I comment, it would be under Tiberius.
Tiberius? Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate it, man. Well, thank you very much.
Enjoying the content.
Hey, I love it, man. That's awesome. So, looks like some red. I don't want to spoil it. I don't know what game this is. All right, but have fun. You guys are live, so don't mind me. Just
Says the guy. Says Cody. So we're gonna read again.
Yeah. I leave on the first, early April. So,
Okay. How long's your deployment for?
183 days. Since I leave. Yep.
Say half a year.
Yeah. Yep. So, but it won't be too bad. So we'll have a good time.
You know where you're going?
Middle East. So, yep. So, it'll be hot. It'll be warm. Yeah. But that's all right. Work on my tan while I'm out there. So, come back, Aqua Farmer's tan, right? Time for winter. So, but I gotta find. Where's Angel? Okay, she's back there. No one's allowed to take pictures of her. So.
When your care packages have booster boxes, right?
Yeah, exactly. if the wife sends me anything that doesn't have Lorcana cards, we're gonna have an issue. So, but
thank you for your service, man.
hey, it's my pleasure. You having fun?
Yeah,
I love this shirt. I love this shirt, man.
Yeah. We got three of us here today.
Nice. Are you Baltimore?
No.
Okay.
We're in like mostly like Exton Lineville areas. So.
Okay, all right. I know there's 3 people that came from Baltimore. My buddy told me to look out for them. I just don't.
Okay.
He said look out for them, but I have no idea what they look like.
Yeah. You don't know what shirts they're wearing.
Yeah, nothing. So hopefully they'll see me eventually. But yeah, I'm gonna keep showing off the store to the viewers. So
The sixth store, man. Sixth store.
it's pretty awesome. We're pretty lucky here. So I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I think that's Hero Clicks, but I have no idea. I think we have all of this stuff. So you keep hearing people say 6th store. We're pretty lucky here. Safari Zone Collectibles really looks out for the locals. They've got just so much of everything, and it's clean. One Piece going. I think this is One Piece stuff going on here. Pokemon back there. We got, I think, Magic here. Comic books down there. We got more Magic going on here. More Magic going on here. And then our Lorcana. And Angel opens I think she opened 12 cases this set. And our locals just buy the crap out of. So we just never have a whole lot of Lorcana cards to actually put in here. So, but this is what we got. And I say we don't have a lot to put in here, but I'm pretty sure we're pretty blessed compared to most people when it comes to product that they have available. So, but yeah, I just wanted to show off the store a little bit, get some love for them. It's just, it's awesome. We're pretty lucky here, like I said. No complaints about Safari Zone Collectibles and how they support the local community and everything else. They took a bet on us today. I've been bugging Angel for quite a while to host a big event, and she took a gamble, and it paid off. We're having an amazing time. As much as you're not in it, don't worry, I got you. Ooh, you guys can see the additional prizing. Look at this. So first place, we went from first getting a box and $250 store credit to $500 store credit. Second, getting a $100 store credit and now 2 boxes. Third, getting $200 store credit. Fourth, $200, and then fifth, getting $100 store credit each. So we went from a 1K to adding $250, $50. So there's $300, $400, $500,
600, and then plus another 200. So we've added $800 on so far. So we are currently sitting at an 1,800, and ninth through 32nd is getting 8 packs each. So we upped the pricing from top 16 to now top 32. So this is getting pretty close to a 2K event. So I told people that were messaging me like, hey, are we going to increase pricing? And I would tell them like, hey, you just got to trust, all right? Angel always looks out for the people that come to her events. And just like that, she raised it from a 1K to a 2K. And people are eating good. So people are eating real good. So we'll kind of see. Hopefully the volume is still going well for everybody. Again, I cannot see the chat. So if it's not good, well, you'll have to tell me later when I look at the chat. So. Hey guys, if you could do me a favor and keep the drinks off the table. So it's not such a big deal for these ones, but the open cans, just because of the cards and everything. So yeah, look at him. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Right behind you, buddy. Do what? Yeah, he's okay. You won? Good job, buddy. Congratulations. Good job. This gentleman is he won our first Amire Madness Kids tournament. So got to take home an Enchanted. Which one did you take home? The Rhea, that's right. So so good job, man. We're gonna have another one this next set, so you're gonna have to try and defend your title. So I'm counting on you.
I lost against Mufasa.
Against Mufasa, that's okay.
He's the one who put up action. You're the one who put up action. I have to be hot. And I didn't lose my streak. And also, I have a streak against winning.
I just won't die against her.
You lost.
Yes, go ahead.
I had to play against someone.
Everyone, all right.
And it was like,
No gathering knowledge.
did you win?
No gathering knowledge.
Come on.
No. Oh my god, you beat so fast. That's because you're fucking. Yeah, it's called a game.
I'm going to. Like both. I'm gonna ink Madam M. Wow. I'm gonna play 2 for Piglet. And we're gonna play 2 for Bruno's Return.
Watch out, buddy. Get back.
So I'm gonna take back.
Yep.
Alright then, pass.
So we're at Humble 2. Oh yeah, okay. Don't mess this up. We're gonna go here for... Oh no, it didn't stop. I think it's these two. And you have just one card in hand that we know of. So 3 with a draw on the table. And then 2 item location. That's hanging out of the back. Oh yeah.
Oh, listen, I think I use familiar.
Okay, we're just gonna... If we need to get there first. Alright, go ahead.
Draw your card. One, 2.
Oh, do you have an exotic character?
Yep, I do.
You know what's crazy? We were talking about this card yesterday, and we were like, he's gonna make one of us lose.
Yep. we manifested
She said
that
no.
loss. We manifested that loss.
We have 13 minutes to play a third.
Okay. We got this.
Going to game 3? Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, man. Game 3. All right, here you go. Here you go. Game 3, everyone. So
I thought she beat us.
Well, Daddy,
No. I
He
just
won.
close.
She was at 16. I'm like,
Yeah.
no, she's at 1600. 1600. Oh my God. She went crazy.
All right. I'm going to go check on the chat and make sure they're not yelling at me for something. So I can do this, but I have no chat up here. So we'll see. All I can do.
Hold it while you go check.
Sure. Why not? All right, how's it going? No one's mad in the comments, so I'm assuming it's going okay. Can you guys were you guys able to hear stuff? Were you guys able to hear conversation? We did have it on Najee. I put it on Najee for a little bit just for you, Jaina. So we'll find out if he won. I don't know if he won that match, but I think he did. All right. No one's yelling, so I'm going to assume everything's okay. So I'm going to run back out there and take over the camera again. Our cameraman, let's see, the one we just saw, she is, oh, look at that. We have so much more to look at. What am I doing? I'm hiding half the game from you guys. There you go. All right, there we go. Okay, I'm going to run back out there, guys.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry about the thing. My phone died while I was out there. So, unfortunately, our mobile high-speed cam, the phone died, and that was the end of that. And then I unplugged my headphones, and that's what killed the volume, I think. So, we're learning, right? I'm going to charge my phone on this next round. They just hit time. There's one game going that are in turns. And as soon as that game's over, we're going to get pairings and go into round 3. I'll charge my phone, so for the next break, we'll be able to get the phone going again, have some volume, and rock and roll that way. But hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the kind of the mobile speed cam kind of thing. If you guys are still here that did see it, something that I thought we could start seeing more of at these events, and we just never see. So I wanted to try it out, and I think it's working. Just let me know if it's not. But my wife is here, so I'm gonna keep talking to her a little bit. And then we'll keep an eye on the next game, and when it comes up, we will rock and roll. So love you guys. Thanks for being here. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the races. We have our next round 3 coming up, and we're going to change this so it reads correctly. But we have a gentleman from just down the road from us. He plays at EG Collectibles, which is about 35 minutes away from here, probably 20 minutes. And I do not recognize the other gentleman, but he has a stellar deck box. It is like an oven deck box. So he puts the cards, he pulls the oven door down, puts the cards in there, and it is really neat. But it looks like we have a red-blue, more of an older version of red-blue. He's running the B-Preps. Ooh, I see a Let It Go McDuck Manners. He might be on some DKP red-blue. So we'll see how this goes. We all know how great that DKP variant of red-blue is. So goes ahead, he inks the Let It Go, plays the pop. Pretty great start when you are red-blue, if I do say so myself. Draws a Pirate's Life. I think we have some DKP games going on here. All right, when we're on blue steel, he inks the Lawrence, plays the Popsicle, and of course he sees the bell because they always see the bell, right? But how are we going to respond? Is this, and that's the crazy thing about blue steel right now, is you just never know. That bell tells you nothing. It could still be an item list. It could still be Moyen's list. It could be a Kiwi. It could be an Artabax. Like, that's the wild thing about blue steel, is you just don't know. So we'll see how red-blue fares into it. DKP's version isn't the greatest into, some of these more like the item combo variants, because there's not a lot to challenge. So, and Pirate's Life doesn't do a whole lot when they go from 0 to 20 in one turn. But he does play a Popsicle and passes, so no ramp does feel really bad. One of the best ways to win these games is you get those McDuck Manners down, you ramp, you get the Manners down, and then you just control everything he plays. So if you can play a Manor, B-Prep, play another Manor the next turn, and then just protect your Manners, you just slowly win that way and control the board. So, but we get a Smee down. Fantastic start for our blue steel player. You go Bell into Smee. You're questing for 3. You're pretty happy. You're pretty excited. So let's see. Draws another Manor, which you want to see ramp. He really wanted to ramp into that How Far I'll Go, because at that point, these DKP decks, they don't really go past 6 ink. So if you go Tipo into How Far I'll Go, you really only ink one more time, and then you're good to go from there. But he inks and passes. Next turn, he can get the How Far I'll Go down, so he can start getting things going and get to that point where getting close to the B-Preps. And that's really what he needs here, is those B-Preps to start controlling the board. We see an inked Benja, and are we going to see an Alice? No, Captain Hook and Calhoun. They're characters that are going to quest, which is great, but unfortunately they're only questing for 1 each, so not exactly what you want. And then of course that Smee not taking any damage because of the Calhoun, which is really important as well, because of the Captain Hook, which is really important as well, because now Super Goof, if that was, in his hand, can't come down and remove that Smee, and there goes the Super Goof, right? So again, that Captain Hook really coming in and being extremely important right now. So plays the How Far I'll Go. Now he has to decide. I'd imagine he's going to ink the Let It Go and keep the Visions, but let's see what happens. All right, moving on. He did keep the Vision, so let's see how we respond. We do not know how many cards are left in the blue steel player's hand, but but McDuck Manor comes down, and that is not what you want to see either, because you're trying to get to B-Prep. You're trying to survive long enough and hope they don't have a Smee so that you can play the B-Prep and then can start controlling the board. But that McDuck Manor just coming down and just being extremely annoying, because now B-Prep's not going to remove that McDuck Manor, right? So now not only do you have to deal with the fact they're high lore, you cleared their board, but now you also have to clear that McDuck Manor, and there's just no great way to do it. So we are on 6 ink, so he can play that Maui Half Shark, which is going to be really effective, because that Maui Half Shark's, he just opts to play a Pirate's Life. So interesting play. One of the advantages of doing it there is that if he was to play Maui Half Shark and our opponent had a Strength of a Raging Fire or a Zeus, then Maui Half Shark's gone. But this way, he can play Pirate's Life, and next turn, he can go ahead and be prep, and then the turn after that, he can play the Maui Half Shark and start whittling down that manor. So actually a pretty heads-up play of saying, hey, I know I'm not going to be able to play it for a couple turns, and that is a nail in the coffin. The peak comes down, and there is just no tomorrow for red-blue right now. Well, that is because he's questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and manor, and that is moving on to game 2. What a rough start for red-blue, right? No ramp at all, and just no way to control the board early. And I think that's one of the biggest issues right now for this DKP variant is that you don't have great ways early. Like, you do have Brawls, but Brawl's not going to be able to handle Bell and Smee and Calhoun and a lot of these 3-attack characters that this blue steel list is running in their deck. So all right, we're going to see a pile shuffle. Say, please give me some ramp cards, please. And let's see what happens. All right, but he will be on the play. Our red-blue player will be on the play this time. So it's a start. It's a start, and we'll see how they handle it. What do you guys think? If you're here in the chat, do you think DKP red-blue has a chance to bring it back? Can they go and win on the play here and on the draw next turn? Or is red-blue just in a really bad place this set? Are they in a place where it's going to be really hard to come back because of just how strong blue steel is right now? Because let's make no mistake, blue steel, it is a pretty stellar deck right now. Ooh, and a good update. The Safari Zone 1K has been upgraded to a Safari Zone 3K. Just like that, people were worried. They're like, oh, I don't want to make the drive for a 1K. But just like that, we are up to a 3K here at Safari Zone Collectibles. Our first ever big Lorcana event. And we're already hosted. We're already doing a 3K. Like, it's wild. I told people Angel will always take care of the players that show up. She will always, if she hosts an event, she's going to make sure that it's worth the players' time to come. And she did. She put out, that first place player leaving with $500 store credit, 2 boxes. And who knows? Angel sometimes just throws other stuff in. We got a couple of giveaways that are going to go on. Maybe we can convince her to host a win-a-box, like an on-demand pod after round 4. We'll see how she feels about that idea and if she's willing to entertain it. But I don't know. I was able to bug her just enough to have her host the 1K. So maybe I'll be able to bug her enough to do a win-a-box on the demand pod. People tend to enjoy those. They made the drive. They just want the opportunity. So we'll see how it goes. We're getting our altar going, and let's see what we do here. All right, here we go. And he does have ramp. He doesn't have just a little bit of ramp. He has a lot of ramp now. So looks like we do have the Tipo, we do have the Sail, we do have a Flaversham. So pretty stellar hand right now. He just has to decide on what ramp do I want to go, and he opts to go the Sail route, which is an interesting route to go because, and the reason I say this is because you know that blue steel has the Storm Rage on. So by going the Tipo route, if he starts Bell, you give him a target for that let the Storm Rage on, which digs him out of Uninkables. It draws him a card. He gets the Bell because blue steel always gets the Bell. When they run 8 items, the odds are pretty good that you're going to see at least 1 Bell. So great start. And now our red-blue player is in an awkward place because he's going to Tipo here for ramp. But if our blue steel player has let the Storm Rage on, it's going to feel really good. You get rid of an uninkable card and you get to draw a card. So I do think that going the route of Sail over Tipo was definitely the better option. Tipo is just not doing anything for you in this game. I mean, if you have a Vitalosphere, there's an option, but other than that, it's just a target. So we are going to see something. Smee, Calhoun. We ink the Binja, and he says, never mind. Let me think about this. The anticipation is tangible. Let's see. What's he going to do? What is he cooking? What ideas are flowing through his head? Please show it. Let us see. He really is thinking, though. All right, he does go the Calhoun. He does go opt to get the Calhoun. Now Tipo can't do anything. He just kind of sits there. Oh, and he blows up the Tipo. Really interesting. I guess just really worried about that one jump ahead. He doesn't want to make that a possibility. Really interesting line, though, to do it. Because I guess we don't know he's on the DKP version, right? If you're the opponent, you don't know for sure. But I'm pretty sure the DKP variant doesn't run one jump ahead anyways. So I don't know what exactly we were worried about with that Tipo. What merited blowing up something with Strength of a Raging Fire. But also, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. So let me know. We do get the Grammatala down, which is great because Grammatala being able to trade into that Bell or Calhoun. So even if he quests with the Bell, the Grammatala is a straight trade, which leaves nothing for Calhoun. We play the Fortisphere, get some drawdown. He does have the Flaversham, though, so that's why he would have opted to play the Fortisphere here and not the Lawrence, which some people, that Lawrence questing for 2 could have been really helpful, but Flaversham grinding out those cards is going to be way more helpful because you are getting close to the B-Prep turn. You're not going to get to 20 before he's able to play that card. So you just need to be able to grind things out. And here we opt to quest for 2, just get there. Grammatala is forced to trade into something. And most likely it will be the Calhoun, leaving the Bell up. But I guess that's a good argument too. Do you take out the Bell to remove the Singer? Calhoun's not singing anything. Calhoun's only questing for 1 and just not doing a whole lot when she's not challenging, right? If you have no character sideways, Calhoun's just not going to be able to do anything. So maybe you do take out the Singer. And just in case, we ink another Tipo, and that's got to feel really good. So he's now inked 2 Tipos, and he's inked a Sail. So that means later on in the game, when he's trying to search for stuff, when he's trying to visions, when he's trying to draw with Flaversham, he's not going to draw those cards that don't do anything for him. So that's a lot of bad, quote-unquote, bad cards that are now gone, that are no longer a worry. And that's got to feel really good as well. So this is a really good position for him to be in. All right, he says, I'm not even worried about your Bell. I'm not worried about your Calhoun. Go ahead. Make the trade, gain 2 lore. I don't care because I want to ramp. Because I can do so much more with all of this ink than you can with gaining 2 lore and just only going to 4. 5 if he quests with the Bell as well. Inks another Binja and plays a Manor. All right, so the Manor representing a lot. The DKP version is not going to be able to handle that very easily, especially with that Grammatala down. So this is an older variant of the DKP version where DKP's version doesn't run Grammatala anymore. In his recent LCCC game, he opted to go the route of cutting those Grammatalas to better answer Blue Steel, more of the item variants. But Grammatala does offer a lot of opportunities. So there's a good argument to run her still, singing How Far I'll Go, being able to challenge into other 3/3 characters. A lot of really good options. So we are in our B-Prep turn, but we're definitely not going to go that route. We're not going to B-Prep a Bell and our own Flaversham. So let's see what he decides to do. Moves the Manor. Oh, and 2 items. So he's just kind of showing off 3 items over there. That is some glare on those cards, though. We will see if we can fix that later. All right, we see the Maui come down, and Maui opts to trade into the Bell. And next turn, that being able to deal that 6 damage into the McDuck Manor. So that feels pretty good. Interesting play to take out the Maui, though. I don't know. That is interesting because the Maui could have just hit the Manor, and your opponent has to deal with the Maui, right? Your opponent has to deal with it, or else you lose the McDuck Manor. Meanwhile, the Bell, if it sings anything, it's only going to be a Let the Storm Rage On or a Strength of a Raging Fire, which neither one can answer the Maui or the Flaversham. So I don't know why we were super worried about the Bell, knowing there's no rush characters. Even if Bell hit into Flaversham, our blue steel player would still need the 2 Let the Storm Rage Ons to answer the Flaversham. So we'll kind of see what happens. Our blue steel player is on 4 ink right now, so he's not gonna 2 Calhoun. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We got a little bit of lag going on, but it'll fix itself. All right. So 2 Calhoun is really interesting because that means your Flaversham is not living to tell the tale. And you can't be prep this turn because you won't be able to finish off the Manor. I think we see the Shark there, so I think a pretty good heads up play is just play the Shark. You can use Maui to hit into the McDuck Manor. They trade 1 Calhoun into the Maui and gain 2 lore to go to 9. Oh, nope. There's a second. I did not see that Maui. So there we go. Great trade into the Manor with 2 Mauis. Now, if he wants to handle that, he can trade 2 of the Calhouns into the Flaversham, which I imagine is what's about to happen. But he'll, of course, lose those Calhouns to the Mauis. Really, really tough place. We haven't seen any draw come down yet for the blue steel player, so he's got to be running low. Goes 3 to take out a Maui, feels really good. So now the Calhouns can take out the Flaversham, and they'll still have 1 remaining. So when the Maui turns sideways to take out one of the Calhouns, the other Calhoun can trade into the Maui. So you gain 4 lore that way. Well, I guess 2 lore next turn. But he's going to gain 2 lore here to go to 9. Takes out. All right. The Flaversham, all right. So let's see how the red-blue player is going to respond. Oh, we see the Chin Po coming in. So ink, of course, but... So we'll see if he has a beast maybe in his hand, but he really needs to see a Flaversham. He really needs, maybe he's on docks, but I believe we saw Flaversham last game, so that's definitely an opportunity for him. If he can pull a Flaversham, it's a great way for him to start grinding back into this game. So now Red Blue's just trying to decide, do I give him the extra 2 lore? Because that he's going to challenge into the Maui with that Calhoun, so... Is it worth it, All right, we do take out a Calhoun. Like I said, that Calhoun now is going to be able to trade into the Maui next turn. But then we see the Half Shark come down, and the Half Shark's going to be able to just start really doing some damage. That Half Shark, every time you play an action, is going to be able to gain 1 lore. And if you challenge something, then you get to bring something back. Now, with that being said, this Calhoun challenging into the Maui, it's not going to live, but we know that DKP version, if it gets a Visions going, then Visions goes into Develop Your Brain, and then Develop Your Brain goes into another Visions, and just like that, you've gained 3 lore, all while searching for cards. So it gets really bad, really fast. we do see the let it go as well, so that Maui can just, you can just see, oh, never mind. No let it go is coming down this turn. That Pete being an excellent card into this red-blue, because this deck, its main ability is to play those actions, to play the visions, to play the develop your brain, and now you're not going to be able to do that. There's a good, okay. Or you can top deck a Maui, and that feels pretty good as well. Just quest, you get one. And is he just going to pass? Is that his whole turn? Yep. So that was a pretty good top deck. That was really good. Now for blue steel, he's able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4 to go to 15. But if you quest, yeah, so that doesn't feel good at all. Unless you have a second Pete in hand, that feels really bad, because now you can just play Pirate's Life. You can challenge with a Maui to take out the Smee. You bring back Pirate's Life, and then you sing Pirate's Life with the second Maui. And just like that, you play the Pirate's Life, so you gain 4. They lose 2. And then you bring back the Pirate's Life, and then you sing the Pirate's Life. So in this one turn, he can gain 8 lore and make the blue steel player lose 4 lore. That is just wild, and that's the power of this DKP version. And you can do really nasty plays like that. And just what do you do at that point when both Maui half sharks live? There's still there's going to be a Pirate's Life in the discard, so they can bring it back. I mean, at that point, because if he plays 2 Pirate's Life this turn, he gains 8. He goes up to 11. He could theoretically just win next turn if the opponent turns sideways. And that is dangerous. That is really dangerous. Well, let's see what it happens. Our red-blue player has to see the line, right? He has to see the line of play Pirate's Life, and then play Pirate's Life, challenge something, bring back Pirate's Life, and then sing Pirate's Life. But he's not going that route. So let's see what he brings back to hand. Probably a Visions. It looked like he did bring back a Visions. So not going the Pirate's Life route. Maybe didn't see it, or maybe just felt like there were better options to play. Or maybe he inked Pirate's Life earlier and he might not have it anymore, and I might have missed it. So that's one of the hard things, right? When you can't see his hand. So he does have the Pirate's Life. So he has a different play in hand. He has different lines, and that's the beauty of it, right? DKP's version has a lot of lines you can play, red, blue in general, and some lines are right for some people and some aren't for others. So, but why did he quest with the Hiram when the 2 Calhouns were played? I don't know, because it didn't look like he had an item in play. Now, if they go too far to the side, we do let them know, like, hey, the letters are kind of the limit, but he might have been thinking of, let me try and get them to turn sideways to do something so I can set something up. He's thinking his own lines, right? And in his head, questing that Hiram, it worked. Okay, so he does play the Pirate's Life. So he does see that. So he gains 4. Opponent loses 2. And then he can challenge the Pete with the other Maui to bring back the Pirate's Life. No, okay, he does take out the bell. Okay, all right, so he takes out the bell, brings back what I assume would be a Pirate's Life, takes 3 damage on the Maui half shark. So both half sharks now have 3 damage. So if he does draw, maybe he draws into a let the Storm Rage on, let the Storm Rage on, draws you into another let the Storm Rage on, and then you can take out both of those, and that gives you a really good shot. But you do have to find a way to handle these half sharks. You cannot let them stick around. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of doomsday. It's not gonna work well for you. So let's see what happens here. All right, so he answers one of the half sharks, and that's a big deal. And we are getting a little glitchy. All right, we're back. There's a lot of people on the Wi-Fi today, so it's time to start kicking people off. But he does take care of one half shark, but you know that the Pirate's Life is there. He looks like he just plays the Pirate's Life. We're happy with that. So gains 3, and then now he's going to seeing a second Pirate's Life to gain 3 more. And Blue Steel says, hey, that's fine. Let's go to game 3. All right. Let's go to game 3. I see where this is going, and I don't want to keep doing it. So let's see how this one goes. Who's our money on? What are we thinking? Is our Blue Steel friend here going to be able to, now that he's on the play, get the right lines and capitalize? Or is Red Blue just going to be able to do what Red Blue does and win the match that way? All right, we're seeing another pile shuffle. So time, we still have quite a bit of time. So the game 1 and game 2 didn't take too long. So play a second pile shuffle is not the end of the world. Just always be cautious if you go that route. When you pile shuffle once per game, that's generally okay. But pile shuffling a second time, they can call a judge on you for, wasting time essentially. So something to keep in mind, right? But I do recommend you pile shuffle at the end of your games or count your cards, right? Whether at the end of your game, always make sure you count your deck. The moment you in the game count, make sure you have your 60, 61 or whatever. And then also make sure when you start your next game, count, or when you sit down at your next table, count your cards again. Okay. Don't get in a position where you in transition, when you were moving from one table to another, don't get in that position where you accidentally dropped a card and now, next thing you know, the judges find it and you get DQ'd because you were playing with 59 cards in your deck versus 60. So just don't put yourself in that position. Count when you're in the game, count when you get up when you get to the next table, okay? Definitely recommend it. Doesn't have to be a pile shuffle. Just counting the cards in your deck would work as well. Thanks for joining my TED Talk today. All right. Looking at this altar, it looks like he's sending back 3. No, it looks like he's going to send back 5. That's 2 cards on the table, so probably going to send back 5, maybe even 6. One thing to keep in mind with this deck is there are very key cards you want to see, and some of those key cards are ramp. Again, you only played as 6 ink, so ramp is huge, and we saw DKP when he plays this deck. He's not afraid to alter 7. Just getting to that point where I need to see certain cards early, and those cards being generally ramp, and visions or develop lets you search for it even deeper. So that's not the worst card in the world, but that's just something. Don't be afraid to alter 7, right? When you play this list, when I play Baja Blast, if I don't see ramp in Baja Blast, it's 100% I'm altering 7 every single time. And you know what cards you need in your list to make it work. And we're rewarded. We see a Tipo into how far I'll go. So getting all the ramp in the world, great amount of inkables. So we can play the Tipo on 2, how far I'll go on turn 3. And then we have all the ink in the world to do anything that we want to do. We can search for a Flaversham if we find a Visions, and I believe he already has one in hand. Pop the Popsicle with the Hiram. Things are looking pretty good right now. And for once, Blue Steel did not have the bell on turn 1, so a little bit slower already. So let's see how Blue Red can capitalize on this, and seeing that they didn't get their perfect turn. All right, we go ahead and ink and pass. Next turn we can go how far I'll go. We can also go goofy. So that is a really good play too. If he quests with this Smee without a Captain Hook, then Goofy, I think that might be the heads up play. If Goofy comes down, clears the Smee, and no Captain Hook. So he does quest. Now let's see, is our red-blue player, is he going to ramp? Is he going to ramp, or is he going to play the Super Goof? And I'm assuming Super Goof because he was really making sure that Lawrence was not a captain. Really making sure that that Smee took 1 damage. And looks like Super Goof comes down. And I think that is 100% the right answer. You gain 2 lore. They gain nothing. They lose their Smee, which is an incredibly powerful card in this early, the early game. And then now the Lawrence coming down. The Lawrence can't quest next turn, and this is not a great place to be right now, because if that Lawrence quests, Tipo can challenge the Lawrence. Lawrence becomes a 0-4, well, a 0-3, and then Goofy can challenge the Lawrence, take no damage, and gain 2 lore. So Lawrence, not a great position right now. Not the card that you really want to see here. That Captain Hook and Calhoun or something. But we ink a strength, play a manner, gain the passive lore, and pass? Or are we going to quest? Looks like... oh, he's thinking about it. All right, he's going to quest. So he does... oh, no, he takes out the Super Goof. All right. So, and I think that's a fine play as well, that taking out the Super Goof just so you don't have to worry about that anymore, because you can't quest while the Super Goof is down. So you might as well just take it out and go that route. If you have a Popsicle, you could always just emergency heal that Lawrence and take something else out if you really needed to. Now, red-blue, though, needs something. They need a Visions. They need to develop. A Flaversham would be great. But they still have a How Far I'll Go also. So How Far I'll Go would be a really great play. Unless you have something to answer that Lawrence this turn, like a Maui or a Super Goof. All right, so we do see the How Far I'll Go going down. And let's see what 2 cards he sees off of this. Are we going to get to see? We are not. He's going to keep that. He's going to keep that in his view only. All right, inks 1, keeps the other. And it looks like it was a Half Shark. So feels pretty good. That Half Shark, of course, no good way for Blue Steel to answer the Half Shark. Tipo, is it going to deal 1 to the Lawrence, or is it going to pass? Or quest? He just quested. He said, I'm not worried about it. What do I care about your Lawrence? All right, gains 2 off of Manor. Lawrence readies, only 2 damage, so can't challenge anything, but he can gain 2 lore. So that 2 lore is going to add up. I think there is an argument for Tipo could have just traded into the Lawrence, and we would have been okay with that. But I don't think, getting the 1 lore when your deck is ultimately a burn deck doesn't feel bad either. So we'll see how Blue Steel... oh, a second Manor. Ooh, that's pretty good. Quest for 2. There's no way that, unless he has a Vital Sphere, that he can answer any of those Manors next turn. So he's going to be gaining 4 at the start of his turn to go to 10, and then questing for 2 with Lawrence. All right, plays the Maui. Is he going to opt to remove the Lawrence? Looks like he does. Nope. He does 6 to the Manor. And Tipo is going to hit. I think you hit the Lawrence. Make sure he stays a 0-4, because if he plays a pop, never mind. I don't think it matters. Yeah, you just deal, you hit the Manor, call it good, and just start getting ready to take those. Lawrence isn't going to do anything. Lawrence could hit into the Tipo. If he has to let the Storm Rage on or a Strength of a Raging Fire, he could take out the Maui if he was able to heal the Lawrence, but then he needs 3 cards. He needs a Popsicle, he needs a Song, and he needs, a Popsicle and a Song. So I guess he needs 2 cards to make it work. But we do play a Visions, and there's definitely How Far I'll Go, but that doesn't look like what he took in that Visions. Opting to ink the Grammatala, to get to Visions, which is a good play because you're not going to be able to do anything with Grammatala this turn anyways. So Visions just being able to find you something better for later on. And he is now at 6 ink, so that's the golden ticket for red-blue. But red-blue is moving, right? Or blue-steel is moving. They're at 10, and this turn they're going to go to 12. And you can only answer one manner next turn, so they're going to go to 14 at the start of their turn. Lawrence quests to 16, so it's not a clear victory for Blue Steel yet. There's still a long, 16 is a really long ways away for Blue Steel when you're playing against a deck that runs, 3 or 4 Pirate's Life. So, and when they have a Maui down that can answer those manners pretty well. So let's see what happens here. How are we going to respond? Looks like we have possibly three cards in hand to respond with. All right, we ink a Lawrence. So are we going to have a 3-cost and a 2-cost come down? Are we about to see a Chin Po? What do we got? The anticipation. Oh man, come on. What are we going to show? All right. 2 cards in hand. There's a lot of thinking going on for 2 cards in hand. So I'm really interested to see what it is, what those 2 cards are that he has in his hand that he's just really pondering about. I wonder if he can only play one of them. Maybe they're having a conversation. Maybe I should turn on the mic and we can kind of listen in to what they're talking about sometimes. Maybe that could be a heads-up thing. Heads-up play ourselves. You guys let me know. Should I turn on their mic for the next round? That way I leave them muted majority of the time. But if you just kind of wanted to listen in, that opportunity. That's if it worked. I don't know if it worked, but we could try. So let me know. Let me know if you guys are down for that. All right, so we do see that one of the cards in his hand is a Pete. He is doing, so they are talking about something. This would be a good time if the mics were unmuted. So maybe I will unmute their mic so we can listen in the future. Okay, so we see the bell come down, all right, and we see, okay, so we had an item over there then that was off camera. So the bell comes down for the item, and then we see the Pete come down, and we see the Calhoun come down. So this is a really dangerous place because now, oh man, wow. So this turn, at the start of his turn, he goes from 12 to 16. And then if he removes one manner, he goes from 12 to 14. He quests for 14, 15, 16, 17. So he can go to 19 next turn. He can go to 19 next turn as long as you remove one manner. And as long as he doesn't top deck another Pete. But, oh man, this is a rough place to be in. This is a really rough place to be in. Is my math correct? So he's at 12. We can remove one manner. So he goes from 12 to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, he does have lethal on board. Oh, he does have 20 on board. So he removes one manner, right? Okay, so he opts to cut the Lawrence, takes out the Lawrence. Super Goof, they're able to remove the manner. All right, very nice. Very, very, very nice. So, because now he only goes to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So still 2 off, and these decks do not have any reach. So this turn, though, is, he needs to top deck a Pete here. A Pete or a Doc. He draws an item so he can cycle. Oh, no. That is not what you wanted to see. That is not what you wanted to see at all. Because at this point, you take out the... If you take out the Maui, there's no way he can answer your locations. So you go Pete and Calhoun into Maui. That takes you to 16. And then he has to answer both locations. And I just don't know if there's a way he can do it. So he takes out the Maui. Yep. He goes to 16. Oh man, that manor was the top deck. That was so good. Seeing 3 manors is just so good because now all you can do, I don't know. Ooh, we do see a hideaway. So hideaway takes out 1, but you have to have a Maui. If you don't have a Maui, if you have a Visions, maybe you have a second hideaway. Okay, so we have a Visions. Do we run a second hideaway? That is the question. Oh no. Not like this, he says. Not like this. There is a develop, so develop is an option, but we definitely don't have ink to play. If we had ink to play a Maui, that could be an option. Looks like he takes the develop, so he's just digging a little bit more because he can take out the Bell here. The Tipo and the Goofy trade into Bell to keep him off of Lorthal because he only goes to 19 next turn with the Manor. So, and then Maui and Super Goof, though, would not be able to clear the Manor next turn. I don't know what you do if you're red-blue at this point. That triple Manors is just... that is really good. That is really good. If you do have Pirate's Life in hand, though, you can stem that flow. All right, so he takes the Bell out. Oh, he sings together. He sings together the Pirate's Life. Nice. That is amazing. That is really amazing. So he sings together, Pirate's Life being a 6-cost song with Sing Together, Goofy being a 4-cost, and Tipo being a 2-cost, allowing them to sing that Pirate's Life, allowing another turn to come. He goes to 17 because of the Manor. He can quest to 18, and then you still have to find a way to handle that McDuck Manor. And also, whatever the Blue Steel player plays here, your best hope is that he drew a song. You want to pray that he drew a Strength of a Raging Fire. All right, so Bell quests. And he passes turn. What is that card in his hand? I'd imagine it's a Strength of a Raging Fire. And oh no Maui. He's digging for something. If he readies his characters, he can sing Pirate's Life again. It looks like a Super Goof, so they're able to come in, remove the Bell, but just not enough to remove the Manor. Oh man, because he's so close. He was fighting, he was trying. It was a valiant effort. Man, oh man. All right. Well, that is best of 3. That was our table 1, a best of 3. So went to a 2-1 with Blue Steel taking it, being on the play, winning the dice roll. So we are going to pull up the mobile cam. So we'll get some mobile cam stuff going and go see how the other games are going. So stick with me. We'll get the mobile cam going and get a view of what's going on the main floor. This is a Safari Zone Collectibles 3K exclusive. No other store, right, that I've seen, no other live stream running the mobile cam. So we'll see what we got going on out there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into round 4. Let me fix the thing here. Round 4. Did you say so? Did the mobile go? Did the audio go down on the mobile cam again? And how early did it go down? Because that's unfortunate. We had some great conversations out there. So I think what I'll do next time I go out there is I'll have someone pull up Twitch so I can make sure it is working right. But here we go. Going into round 4, we have no audio on mobile. We'll figure it out. We're going to make it work. There's got to be something I'm doing wrong, but we'll figure it out. All right. Thank you for telling me no audio as well. But we do have 2 Glimmineers going at it this round. They are both undefeated going into round 4. We have Demetrius's wife and then Mitch. I believe it is Mitch over on the right-hand side and his wife on the left, and her name is fleeting right now. Her name is fleeting. Is it Jen? Casually rolling the 10. I'd assume it's Jen because Mitch's name is not Jen. So I'm assuming Dad Canna coming in here dropping the knowledge. So I appreciate you. But yes, 2 Glimmineers going at it. It feels bad, right? It feels so bad when you're going against your own teammate. But at the same time, this is what you want to see. You want to see your team doing really well. And if nope, it's not. Okay. Oh, autocorrect. Okay. All right. Well, I do have her name somewhere, so I will get that autocorrect. But yeah, no, it feels bad. It feels bad when you end up against your own teammates, but at the same time, it feels really good knowing that your team is doing so well. And right now, 2 Glimmineers undefeated going into round 4. I'm not sure how the other ones are currently doing, but we will find out. Maybe get an interview. We do have some Illumination. It's a team from South Jersey that you guys wouldn't have heard because apparently my audio went down. But the game has started and it looks like diggy hole. We see the mine go down and the daisy go into the field. And that daisy is going to be kind of annoying because I'm sure you can get some questing, but there's a really good chance that daisy's going to draw this purple deck cards. And that's unfortunate, but at the same time, gaining the lore from Daisy, that's what you want to do when you're playing Diggy Hole. We ink the Smee, play a Calhoun because we're ready to just start punishing hard. And you know that they're not going to do anything up against Smee anytime soon, right? Because they're going to take out Daisy before they take out anything else because the Daisy's so easy to answer if you do Fox. But Purple Steel, tons of options. You can go double 1-drop here, and you're not even sad about going that route. Inks the Diablo. Quest, so we're going to see a bounce here, I'd imagine. Are we going to see a snake? And we do see the snake. So that snake being able to answer the Calhoun. So Calhoun just not being able to freely quest. And if he does see a crab off the top deck, because it doesn't look like he has one in hand, then Crab will be able to let the snake answer the daisy. And he will get 2 chances to find the crab as well. That daisy will draw him a card, most likely. So let's see how she responds. Inks the mine. Probably not going to see a lot of the mine this game. Piglet coming down and a Cindy. That's a pretty strong turn. Not any options, not a lot of options in Purple Steel normally to answer a Piglet. Some opt to run a good amount of songs, but this right now, looking at his hand, he has no answer. And next turn, that is a lot of questing power. Being able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 next turn, if he really wanted to, going all the way up to 9, and then just forcing your opponent to answer. So we'll see how he responds. He does get the snake down. He has plenty of cards to discard as well, which feels really good. Discards the Chernobog's followers. So really interesting play. We see the Benja in his hand, and that Benja just isn't going to represent a lot of opportunities here. It is a character, but Chernobog's being able to just be so much. That Chernobog's letting you get challenge into something, letting you quest. But we do see the Strength of a Raging Fire coming down, takes out the snake. We're not going to let you bounce that and gain more lore. We'll deal with the rabbit, inking a happy, and looks like now is the time where we just start questing. All right. So this is going to be a really great turn for Purple Steel, though. Purple Steel getting that fox. So that snake is going to be able to challenge into Piglet, and then you bounce the snake with Fox, and Fox trades with Daisy Duck, and then it forces the Calhoun to challenge into the snake, and you lose most of your board. So that hurts a lot. That doesn't feel good if you are the Diggy Hole player. Right now, sitting at 8, but you know he has 2 foxes in hand right now based off of the Daisy triggers. Comes down, bounces the snake. Now, will he opt to take out, and he does take out the Daisy, all right? And you're like, you know what? You can gain 2 lore. That's fine. I will let you do that because all you're left with is a Cinderella, and I'm not super concerned about a Cinderella. So, well, never mind. Here comes the Strength of a Raging Fire to answer the Madam Mim Fox, and that feels pretty good. So you get a free lore out of Calhoun, and now your opponent has to be able to get another character. Now, if the Fox does want to trade, another Fox drawn and top decked, so plenty of trading ability here. But you have to decide, do I answer the Singer and give them 2 lore when they challenge back into the Fox, or do I go for the Calhoun and just make an even trade? All he needs is a 1-drop, so he can play the 1-drop, bounce it, but he doesn't look like he has... Oh, so he did have 5 ink. Okay, he did have 5 ink, so opting to go that route. And you see right there the damage that comes from inking or discarding that Chernobog's followers earlier, because at this point, if he still had that Chernobog's, he could have played Chernobog's, bounced Chernobog's, and replayed Chernobog's. Another Calhoun, though, not what you want to see there, being able to guarantee that 2 lore. So that does feel bad, but this is kind of what you want to see if you are Purple Steel into Diggy Hole. You want them to be in this position where they're just top decking, and now you see a Zeus in the Purple Steel's hand, so Diggy Hole's in a really rough place. Purple Steel, they're only at 3, but it doesn't take much for Purple Steel to change that to 20. So there's lots of turns to kind of just start catching up. And at this point, it's just how can I make my board as wide as possible? And that's the goal of Purple Steel right here. Make my board wide so I can keep trading with stuff, but also I want to trade, but I also want to have characters down to quest. It doesn't do me any good if I'm only trading every single turn. So let's see what he opts to do here, how he opts to play this out. We know he has Calhoun in hand. We saw that bounced last turn. Inks the crab, all right. Purple cards are so pretty. Very nice. Opts to just take Zeus the Calhoun. I don't want to deal with it. Play my own Calhoun. And now, best luck, buddy. Good luck. Good luck. And what do we see? Is that an empty Rapunzel? Hey, but that's pretty good. That empty Rapunzel is not being answered very easily. Questing for 2. One thing to note about this match is Mitch over here on the right. A lot of the Glimmineers drove together, but Mitch flew from his home state, so he does not have to be worried about his ride leaving without him. Oh, we see the Queen come down, so that's super fun. The Queen being able to turn sideways and put 3 cards in the opponent's discard to the bottom of their deck and gain 3 lore. But if there's a princess, you gain 4 lore. And we do know that there's a princess in the discard pile of our Diggy Hole player. So Queen being able to represent a lot of opportunities here. Also, the other thing to note is you have to answer the Queen. You cannot let the Queen go unanswered because that is too much lore that they're gaining. So let's see how he opts to go this turn. It's a 4-3, so it's really difficult to answer, especially when you've already used 2 Strength of a Raging Fire. Right now, the Diggy Hole player, no Rapunzel value, has still not seen an actual dock yet. So when the deck it has kind of the same issues that a Steel Song player has, in that if they don't see a dock, then there's not a lot of opportunity for them to keep going. They just kind of run out of value. All right, and sends that princess away, so they do gain 4 lore off of Queen. Opts to just quest with the Benja and the Calhoun. Oh, all right. So it's looking really good right now for Purple Steel. Okay. There's the top deck strength. That feels pretty good. Now Purple Steel does get to answer back if they wanted to. Oh, and it looks like, okay. Does she quest or does she answer the Calhoun? She does quest. All right. So Calhoun can come in here to take out the Cinderella to go to 12. But that leaves Rapunzel and Lawrence being able to take you to 19. So that isn't good either. But we did see that card. So he did have a fox, to the far left. So now Benja dealing 2 damage to Rapunzel, and Calhoun taking out Rapunzel, gaining 2, and now he still has 6 ink to play around with. Goes Broom. And let's see. Pete pops the Broom just to draw. I hope he declared it before he played the Pete, for all you that know what I'm talking about there. Plays the Churnabox, feels pretty good, and we're left with a Cinderella. Right now, Purple Steel is able to quest for 1, 2, 3. Finally sees a dock, but is it too late? Is there enough time for that dock to matter? We see a Happy and a Rapunzel. The Rapunzel too late as well, so you are able to quest to 16, but your opponent opts to take out the Benja. I think is a very good, right? Benja had, oh no, Benja only had 1 damage because Benja hit into the Rapunzel, and then Benja, so doesn't even take out the Benja. So opts to just, I wonder if you could have just kept readied, because right now Purple Steel is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it wouldn't have been enough time anyways. So we see the Pete come down, but you're on a 2-turn clock, and unfortunately, there's no reach in this Diggy Diggy Hole deck, only being able to go up to 15, 16, 17, 18 if they'd kept the Cindy alive. So unfortunately, we are going to be seeing a game 2 here very soon. All right, now just kind of play out the motion, see what happens. Is that a second dock, or is that oh no, that's a Smee. That is a Smee. So just wondering, is there anything that I can do here? Is there a way for me to still get to 20 without him getting to 20? And unfortunately, there is not. So we scoop up, and we are headed into game 2 of the Glimmineers facing off against each other. Both undefeated, both currently 3-0, and who is going to take the victory? I got to admit, I did not expect to see a Diggy Diggy Hole player here. I did not expect to see that coming in. It's something that hasn't been talked about a lot, and still Diggy Diggy Hole to Candio, you're still, making an impact on the meta, man. Even though you can't do anything, still the impact coming through. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Is it going to be different? She had a really strong start, but unfortunately just not seeing the docks until 2 turns ago. Rapunzel never able to get any Rapunzel value off. When she finally saw a good Rapunzel target, it was Lawrence, and it was just too late. So just not really great start, but unfortunately just fizzling out. And that's just how it goes sometimes. She did ink those mines earlier, so maybe there was a world where she could have kept the mines over the characters, gain that passive lore, be able to do damage that way. But would that have been enough? It's hard to say, but we'll see what she does differently here. Purple Steel also had some really phenomenal draws. Purple Steel seeing 3 foxes, that's kind of the last thing you want to see as an aggro deck, is almost all of your opponent's foxes. But now looking at this hand, we see the Daisy. We're happy with that. I think that was a Smee. and then a Lawrence, and then probably send back the rest, and we're not too upset with that. We're not too upset with that at all. Purple Steel, a little bit harder to see what they got going on. Looks like 2 Diablos, a Genie. He kept 7. Oh, no, and that is not what you want to see at all if you are the opponent and you are going into game 2. Keeping 7 does just not put warm feelers in your tum-tum. So I should not have said that. That was weird. All right, let's see what happens now. Let's see how she does it. So Daisy's going to be able to come down. Daisy's going to be able to start getting some early lore. I do not see a Fox in that opening 7 of our Purple Steel player. So she opts to start the same exact way as last game, inks the mine, plays the Daisy, and let's see how we go. Yeah, it was weird. All right, it was weird. It was weird. Leave it be. We're moving on, Dad Canna. We're moving on. Oh, and he's right on the edge of the camera. He either played a Broom or a Chernobog's followers, and so we'll kind of see what happens. He'll broadcast what it is here in a minute, and let's see. Plays a second Daisy. That's a pretty good start. I wonder, we do see the Calhoun in hand, but playing the Daisy, you know, that just guarantees and the Fox again. The Daisy just treating her so bad today. I think that Daisy has only drawn Foxes for the opponent. So, oh man, it feels bad. We ink the Find My Platinum. Great song in the movie. It was a Broom. All right. So deal 3. Play the Calhoun, or deal 1 damage, taking the Daisy down to a 1/3, and we play the Calhoun, and that's just stopping your opponent, right? Your opponent not able to do anything, and then, all right, and then banishing the Broom to draw. Now let's see what happens. Let's see how they respond here. Not a great place. Oh, running the Bagheeras in Diggy Diggy Hole. I personally not a huge fan of Bagheera. We are going to see it inked here. I don't feel like Bagheera's answering a whole lot. Now, let's see. Does she quest at all, or does she bounce? She knows that the Purple Steel player has a Fox in hand. I think that's a very heads-up play. I am very on board with that. I think letting it be, let your opponent play, because if she had quested here, the Calhoun could have banished the 1 Daisy, gaining 2 lore. Then you bounce the Calhoun with Fox, and then you take out the other Daisy. And all of a sudden, you're in a very, very bad spot. So let's see how we play this out now. Benja comes down. All right, answering 2. It's the best of bad options in his hand. It is able to sing Strength next turn, though. So we have to remove something here. It doesn't look like she has Strength in hand. So let the Storm Rage on, deals 2 damage. Not what she wanted to see there either. So she does have a Calhoun, what looks like a Dock, so she can go double Calhoun, which feels pretty good. Like, we're not upset with that either. The Benja, so with Calhoun, we take out the Daisy. Zeus, all right, good job, Daisy. Daisy worked well for her there, and we draw and fire the cannons again. So Daisy doing a lot of work here. So now, though, how do we respond as the Purple Steel player? The Purple Steel, they can, of course, use Calhoun to take out the Daisy. And then we talked about it earlier. So, this is rough because he needs a 1-drop. If he had a 1-drop, he could play the 1-drop, sing Strength with Benja, and then bounce the Benja to get Fox and take out both Daisies this turn. But it doesn't look like he has one, so he can't play Fox and a 3rd character. This is a really interesting place because you see those 2 Calhouns, right? Those 2 Calhouns just going to be incredibly annoying for whatever you do here. We do opt to bounce the Calhoun, all right? and we take out Daisy. So Calhoun will be able to trade to get 2 lore. And then let's see what he opts to do with the Binja. Is he going to just... He's just going to let it be. He needs a third. That Binja just guarantees a Singer for Strength of a Raging Fire. Another Calhoun and a Doc. Perfect sequence there. A Lilo and Strength of a Raging Fire, I believe. So 3 Calhouns is not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Now, if he's able to play 2 characters here, though, we do see the 1 Calhoun. So there is the opportunity to play another character, get 3 characters down, sing Strength with Binja to take out one of the Calhouns, but then you know that the other Calhoun is just going to banish your Binja and live. So that's not even necessarily a great play either. Ooh, we're in a really good position to go to game 3, and that really excites me because, well, that's what people want to see, right? And this, we haven't seen Diggy Diggy Hole for a long while. It's just not as popular as it was. Whether it's not the house that it was before, or people are just trying so many new things, it's just not as great. Oh, we opted to play the Genie, just getting the card draw. Very interesting purple steel list. We see the Fire of the Cannons. We see Strength of a Raging Fire, Zeus, Genie, and Rabbit. So definitely no Docs in this list, but we've also seen Queen. So this is a really, really interesting list that answers a wide variety of decks right now. There's a lot of green steel here. So I bet if he's played one, that Calhoun would have put in a lot of work, or the Fire of the Cannons would have put in a lot of work against other matchups today. And he does opt to sing Strength. So going to get some really good trades here for Diggy Diggy Hole. So that does feel good. Is that a Jafar? Ooh, she is running the Jafar that gives Challenger when it comes into the field. And also it does have, I believe it quests for 2 lore. We'll see when she plays it. But I think it quests for 2 lore also, which makes it an incredibly enticing card, actually. That's really exciting. That Calhoun then being able to banish so much when you play Jafar on top of her. All right, let's see what happens. Inks the Jafar. Jafar does quest for 2, so that is pretty good. Inks the Jafar to play the Lilo and the Pete. Calhoun trades with the Binja. Calhoun's not banished, though. I don't believe Calhoun had damage on her. I'm going to have to rewatch it later, but I don't think that Calhoun is banished. And unfortunately, the judge is not back there right now. The judge is in the main room, but I did not see a damage counter on that Calhoun. And I'm pretty sure Binja, yeah, yep. Gosh, I almost feel like I should go say something, but I don't know. I've never been in that position before. I think I go say something. I think I go say something. I'm going to go say something. Okay, I'm back. All right, cool. Yeah, so helping out with the judging a little bit. Angel is judging the main floor, and then I guess that's okay if I help out on the front floor or on the casting one. I think that's okay. So if not, well, it is what it is. Moving on, though, we do see that the Chernobygs is going to banish the Calhoun that is back to life. Essentially, though, just reset the turn and continue on. But yeah, another reason we need that judge program, right? If you guys saw the video that I had glimmers on, and we talked googly glimmers, we talked about the judge program and judges in Lorcana and everything. So, all right, we see the genie come. Looks like genie quested. I think I looked away for just a second to make googly eyes at my wife that is sitting next to me, and I missed whatever genie did. But then he comes down, opts to play the 2 Calhouns that we previously saw before we reset the turn, and back to, and we see the 7 Dwarfs Mine come down and questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're 1 off lethal right now. You're 1 off lethal, and your opponent has to figure out, how do I clear your entire board as well as your location? And that is a tough order. It doesn't look like there's a fox in hand. Genie could, of course. Oh, that is a tough order. I do not know if there's a way that the deck ever could. If you had foxes, maybe foxes could. So you take on the 2 Petes. Calhouns should be banished. Yep, okay. Genie can take out the Lilo. Okay. And now we need double fox. But then Doc is still alive to be able to quest out. Yeah, so you can take out the Doc with the 1 fox, but you can't take out the location then. So the location gains the 1. So they're going to game 3. We are going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see how this comes out with a really spicy purple steel list and a spicy Diggy Diggy Hole. At this point, Diggy Diggy Hole is an off-meta deck, I think. We have not seen it anywhere. So yes, and I do believe you're right. I think that once I saw what they had played, it looks like that game was going to be won by Purple Steel. So it's just one of those things. I think, well, part of it too is they are teammates. So sometimes, you just start talking and you start playing, and then it's easy to forget small things like that as well, like resist +1. So, but we're going to game 3 with, like I was saying, I think at this point, Diggy Diggy Hole is a pretty off-meta list, and I think you could say that because we have not seen it really in any tournaments, in any top 8s. I believe it was at a recent Inks event, but it did not make top 8. I think there was only one. So let's see how this game 3 goes with Purple Steel taking the lead. All right, we're happy to see Fox. That always feels really good. We love to see that in our opener. We saw how effective Fox was during game 1. Benja, I'd imagine we could send back. Double 1-drop is, I think, ultimately what you want to see here. Just guaranteeing that you have a way to start trading into the board. Looks like debating, do I need one of these cards? Or am I, and it looks like he's fine with sending 4 back for the altar. Diggy Diggy Hole, lots of thinking here. And one of the things I love about aggro decks is, these early turns are so important because a lot of decks are planning, how am I going to win by turn, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth. But these Diggy Diggy Hole decks, these aggro decks, they're like, all right, how do I optimize my 1 and 2 so much that I'm winning by turn 5? That I'm winning no later than turn, 7. Whereas other decks are like, how do I optimize my early game to make it to those points that I'm winning, that I've gained control of the board so I can win on turn 10, turn 11. So just very different ways to go about the altar, and it's one of the things that I've loved about Lorcana so far is that ability that ability, that ability for the altar with being 7 to just change so much. It is so impactful, and I think it's one of the most crucial things to figure out when you're trying to get competitively, when you're trying to just get a lot better at the game, is how do I most optimally alter my 7 cards. And it looks like we're going to play the Diablo out on turn 1. And how do we respond? With a Daisy, of course, because we've played Daisy on turn 1 every game so far. And how are we going to respond as Purple Steel? Because Diablo's not doing any damage. It's not going to help you take out that Daisy. But Calhoun certainly will, especially if he does have that crab in hand. But I believe he sent it back. But I did see a fox. So great way to answer that Daisy. A great Purple Steel also not afraid of Daisy because we saw it in game 1. Daisy drew him 3 foxes. So let's see how Daisy treats, or does he take out the Diablo? Does she take out the Diablo? Nope, she does quest. All right. And a Calhoun, and not super happy about that one. All right, but let's see what we do here. Are we going to see the fox come down? Do we opt to just quest with the Diablo and bounce the Diablo for fox to trade with the Daisy? Let's see. Decisions. Which I don't think is a bad play. And then Calhoun can just kind of sit there. And if their Calhoun wants to challenge into your fox, that's fine also, because I have the board now. I have this annoying Calhoun sitting here. And what are you going to do? You're an aggro player with no board whatsoever. And that's not great either. Unless you have crab, I think the play is always fox. All right, and that's what we're going to see. We see the quest for 1. We're going to see the fox come down, bouncing that bird. And fox taking out that Daisy for a nice trade. And you're like, fine, take out my fox. Do it. Do your worst. I will be fine with my Calhoun here. All right. Oh, and we do have the Storm Rage on, so I don't even have to trade. I can just sing, I can draw. I don't get any tempo, but you also don't have a fox now. And I didn't have to trade my Calhoun, which we saw last game just how powerful those Calhouns are. That resist +1, the gain 2 lore when you banish something. And there's a lot of easy characters to banish in Purple Steel with Calhoun. And the Calhoun lives. Benjas and foxes, brooms, Diablo, not foxes. Benjas, rabbits, Chernobog's followers, all those 1-drops. But now Diggy Diggy Hole going into their turn 4. So we see 4 ink. Are we going to see double 2-drop? Piglet and another Calhoun. And you just don't want to see that. You really don't want to see those Calhouns because they're just so annoying when you have so many little characters. But we do know that Purple Steel does run those Fire the Cannons. None in hand, but it looks like there is a Strength of a Raging Fire, so that Genie being able to banish the Daisy rather easily if you really wanted to. Genie being able to banish the Piglet rather easily. I've seen so many Daisies in this game that everything's a Daisy at this point. So does he opt to take out the Calhoun? Okay, he does take out the Piglet, which I think is a great heads-up choice. That Piglet questing for 3, and he hard casts so he can still quest with the Genie. So that feels pretty good as well. Now, double 2-drop, not the best thing in the world, not when you're looking at 2 Calhouns, but it is great bounce targets, so you're not too upset about that. A little bit of internet issues, but we're back. We draw the Daisy, which is not a bad one. Gaining the 2 lore, but we're quickly falling behind on board and lore. As the aggro player, the last thing you want to see is your opponent sitting at 4 and you're still sitting at 2. So let's see how she responds this turn. At this point, she just wants to get to the point where she can play a whole bunch of characters, go super wide, plays a dock, and just continues that endless chain. But you have to get there. We didn't even see a Doc game 1. We saw Doc in game 1, but it was way too late. All right, we see the Rapunzel, which unfortunately, is that 3? What is her hand right now? Okay, so it is a Daisy. We knew that. We saw that earlier. We see turning 3 for Strength of Raging Fire takes out the Calhoun. So now you could quest with your Calhouns if you wanted to. There's nothing that can banish them. So she is going to go that route. She is going to go that route and say, now I can start catching up. There's nothing you can do unless you have something like a crab or a fox. I'm okay right now. We see the rabbit come down, draw a card, feels good. Unfortunately, it's a Benja, which is incredibly useless into this match. But that genie just consistently questing for 2. And meanwhile, those 1-drops, they can just sit there. Or you could also just draw 2 off of those 1-drops. All right, he is going to quest with the Churnabox and the genie. He's going to banish the Churnabox to draw. You still have the option, if you really wanted to, you could banish the Diablo by challenging the Calhoun, but not going to opt to do that. There's no reason to, right? You can still be patient. If you draw into a crab, that Diablo is a little tactical nuke. But we do see the Doc come in. So drawing 2, we see a mine and question mark. We see a mine and Smee. Okay. All right. A mine and a Smee. So pretty good board. It's a pretty good board. But again, you have to start questing, and it just doesn't feel great. Calhouns, though, not being banished by really anything except the opponent's Calhoun. Now, you can go Genie and Rabbit into the other Calhoun, and that doesn't feel bad either. You slow down what they're trying to do, that lore gain from the Calhoun. That feels pretty good. So in that turn, you can banish the Daisy and the Calhoun while still keeping your Genie alive and your Diablo. We see the Queen come down, all right? An easy lore, but I don't think there's any princesses in the discard right now for the Amber Steel player because we've not seen a Cinderella. I don't know if they run any other princess. Rapunzel, but we have not seen a Rapunzel either. So might only be gaining 3 lore off of the Queen. And now Purple Steel has to decide. All right, and they opt to take out the Daisy with the Calhoun, which is a decision because you are top decking at this point. I do not believe he has a hand left. So you could have left the Daisy alive and taken out the Calhoun, but at this point doesn't matter, right? You quest to 14, and now that you've quested to 14, you have the ability next turn to you get 3 from the Queen, 4 from the Cobra, and then 2 more for 6 from the Genie. So you have the ability to go up to lethal. So now you've turned to your opponent and said, figure this out. Now Calhouns can answer the Diablo and the Rabbit, so they lose out on that lore, and you gain 4, so you go to 12. Smee represents 14, and Doc represents 17. No. 8 plus 4 is 12. 13, 14, 15. So you have 15 on board right now, which, this is close. This is a really... So you do 2 damage. You answer the Diablo. Very interesting. Deciding to answer the Diablo instead of gaining the 2 lore off of the Calhoun. Calhoun trades... Oh, he has something over there. Okay, he has the other Calhoun. Okay, so he had another Calhoun over there. So he gains the 2, makes that even trade. So Calhoun takes out the Rabbit. All right. So now, if you're the Purple Steel player, you have 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, that's Lorthal, though. I did not see that Calhoun sitting over there. So there's just nothing you can do. That Genie being able to represent so much. So you go up to 14. You go to 15 with Doc. And then you have just not opting the quest with the dock. But you have, this is Lorthel. Lorthel on board. Queen gaining you the 3 lore from the discard. No princesses, but there are 3 cards there to gain you that lore. Put them on the bottom of your deck. I'll take my lore. Goes up to 19, and quest with the Cobra 420. Oh, man. Oh, we get a hug for the Glimmineers. Oh, man. Talk about we got the peace sign. We get the love from the Glimmineers. That is sportsmanship. That is awesome to see. Really, hey, that's why the Lorcana community is the best community. Hands down. No one can touch us. And we win more than air fryers. So that automatically makes us better than Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't see Yu-Gi-Oh! Doing 3K events. I don't see no 3K air fryers. But let's get the mobile cam going. We're going to try and get the mic to stay working the entire time. So let's see what we can do. Oh, wait. I have a costume change first. I'm going to change into my new costume. I will show you guys what it is. But before we get the mobile cam going, I'm going to change into my costume. So stand by. The mobile cam will be coming up very soon. And I will also show you guys the costume change. We're doing some cosplay today, all right? Because I don't get to cosplay anywhere else but Disney. So, all right. Yeah. Be right back, guys, all right? All right, let's try and get the mobile cam going, and we are going to run out there. Let's try and make sure the audio is working before we go out there this time. All right, we got the mic, iPhone microphone. We're gonna switch the camera. No, we'll do that. Well, here, I'll let you guys see. I'll have the wife hold the camera so you guys can see the first cosplay for the day. Can you guys hear? No, you cannot.
Okay. The mobile cam is not working now. There you go. It is not happy right now. All right, can you guys hear the mobile cam? It is a little laggy. Probably because so many people are on the internet, but can you guys hear the audio at all? That's my question. All right, get the chat in there. Hello, I don't think you can hear me. That's weird. The audio is working one time. Yes, audio is on. Perfect. All right, you guys can see.
Okay, well, let's unplug. Can I unplug this?
No, do not unplug it.
Oh, well, then stand back.
Oh,
Y'all hear the way
They
he's
can see
speaking
me.
to me?
look, they can see me.
I know, but I was going to do like a whole thing.
Oh.
It's the sandals that really make or break it.
Hey, all right, there we go. Our first cosplay for the evening. So, all right, we're gonna head out there. Hopefully, the audio will work the entire time. This is how we're rocking right now. Not my normal setup that I have at home, but this is how we're rocking. We'll go see what games are going on. The wife is about to leave. The wifeager is taking off, so she's gonna go do something that's not sitting here, watching a bunch of nerds play Lorcana, even if it is Disney. But don't let her fool you. Her life's been pretty good right now. I've been rubbing her feet while she sits there, so she can't complain too much. So she's making fun of me. All right. Hopefully you guys can still hear the audio. Actually, I'm going to check on my wife's phone. Pull up Twitch. And we'll see. I want to see what it sounds like.
The internet's really slow.
Twitch.tv. We'll go to Twitch. We'll find my channel. Hopefully the audio is still working for you guys. All right. And we'll see if we can talk to some players. We'll probably end up seeing Sizu here pretty soon. Sizu is currently... All right. It seems like it's working. All right. Sweet. Let's go say hi to some people.
Looking good.
Thanks. The first cosplay.
I see that.
How's it going?
Hey, Cody.
Hey.
Is there a purple item or any type of purple card that can pull cards from the discard, extra cards from discard?
For you? It sounds familiar. There's a I don't know if there is.
Items, but I don't
Yeah.
know if there's I would look under like Maleficent's usually have those weird effects. It might be a character that exerts the grab. Like, that just usually deals with like cards that cost 2 damage.
Can I help you with something?
Lilo cosplay?
Yeah. We got one more in the back for something else, but we're going Lilo right now. So, how'd the game go?
4-0.
4-0. All right.
Hopefully I see you next round.
I'm not playing. So, okay. All right. So, but yeah, not very many undefeateds left going into round 4. I do need to find Angel though to talk about a Winnipod that we were discussing, but gonna go see what other games are happening. Are you okay? Gosh. The double take.
Right on, man.
no Mickey in Lilo and Stitch.
No, come on, why is she just
Oh,
Stitch?
why aren't you dressed up as anybody?
We gotta get a picture.
Yes. Yes. Still 4-0 now? No. 3-1.
How's it going?
What took you? Green
Hey,
Steel is just being not. Oh, was it Sisu? Was it the Freedom Gaming guy?
Yeah.
I know, yeah. I knew he was on Green Steel. So
He did a race down in Florida where you dressed up as Rapunzel, right?
I was Rapunzel this last year for the race we just did. I wore this for a costume the year before that. So
Dangerous prospect running with all that hair.
yeah. So I have a wig in the back. It's gonna be my other. I'm gonna change into that later. But it's really weird going from no hair to running with hair. Different. Yeah,
Not
it's weird.
dynamic.
No, and it was very warm. Like, oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Well,
it
that
was.
heat's up there.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna see how this game's going on over here.
Outfit change?
Do what?
Outfit change?
Yep. We gotta keep things exciting, right?
Yeah.
Season L so that's play a muscle.
Yeah.
But yeah, for that, hard.
What? Oh, that is her.
Yeah, let's go.
So I got
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's awkward. I'm gonna see if Gabe wants to hold the camera.
I'm surprised you didn't scoop that.
You want to be on camera duty, Gabe? I gotta go talk to Angel about the Winnipod.
Sure. Can we?
Take a pose?
Can I
All right, we're back. Man, that's so weird. I don't understand why the mobile cam keeps going in and out. That's really weird. Because you guys can hear me when I leave. I think what happens is when I have someone else hold the camera, they unplug my headphones, and when they unplug my headphones, it makes the audio die off. So I think I'll just make sure we don't unplug my headphones anymore. But how are you guys liking the whole mobile cam? If anyone's still here that was watching the mobile cam, do you enjoy it? Is it something? Should I keep doing it or just stop doing it and have a blank screen? I don't know. I thought it was kind of fun, but yes. That Ruby Fossa, there was a really big misplay on that last turn. Not the last turn, but with the Raya, however you want to say it. He did the whole Raya sequencing without having the Raya on the field, and the other player let him. He's like, hey, as long as you have the ink, that's fine. And they let it be. But I did say, like, hey, like, what I asked the other player, the blue steel player, like, is this the route you want to go? And he's like, yes, that's fine. As long as he has the ink, we're good to go. So they just let it play out and they moved on. So, but yes, that was very bad sequencing, but it happens, right? He was nervous, I think. And ultimately, even if like a judge was called, like, it just would have been a warning essentially. And they would have redone the turn because he wouldn't have, the way it worked is even if he'd messed up, or even if not having the Rhea down changed everything, right? So he couldn't have readied the Maui. So yeah, it just wouldn't have changed anything if a judge was called, because the judge would have said, okay, we'll reset, and the Maui goes back to exerted and continue on. But yeah, so really easy judge call. But we have another game. Looking at this game, this is round 5. We have, I believe, 4 people that are undefeated left. One of them is Sizu from Freedom Gaming, and then here we have 2 gentlemen that are undefeated. One is not a local, but not too far away. He's from Jersey. So, and then the other gentleman, I have not had a chance to have a conversation with him yet. But anytime I see a cloth mat, I am a little afraid. You know, those cloth mats, they're pretty heavy gamers sometimes. But we do have a blue steel mirror. So let's see what comes out of this one. It looked like they're both on pretty similar blue steel lists as well. So I think this is ultimately going to come down to whoever wins the dice roll. But I may be wrong. We see the Tipo, we see an item, and no bell. He does have a bell in hand. Okay, we'd see the bell. So the bell comes out. Pretty great start. That's perfection. That's everything you want to see in your opening turn. Now let's see if this blue steel player, so he is on the Kiwi version. We do see the Alice. So inks the Pluto and passes turn. Meanwhile, the other player is on more of that Moyen version. And I do find that Moyen version just the, oh wait, there is a workshop. So I think he is just on, is he just on the item variant? Is he on the 50-1 Zan list? We ink the Tamatoa, go for a ramp? Nope, going for a bell. We can't go for ramp because he played an item already. And we start the questing. So here we go. Here we go. All right, so if this is the Zan version of Blue Steel, which we see the workshop, so I assume it is, who do you think has the upper hand? Does Kiwi have it? Is Kiwi able to, claw its way back in against Double Bell? Or is Double Bell just the beginning of the end? That's the question, and I know it's definitely not good. Huh. All right, kind of a... not a super explosive turn. He can drop the Pete here and sing Strength of a Raging Fire to remove the bell. And that's not awful. I think that is an okay play because then you have 3 characters. They're all 3/3s. They all can sing. And you you saw the Pluto, so you know you're playing a Kiwi variant. So if you have 3/3s on board, you can trade with anything that your opponent's going to do. And I think that that's just a perfectly fine game plan. You just get that out there and you kind of just control the board from here on out while you wait for your combo pieces to come up and win the game that way. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes out of it. He's definitely debating, is that the route I want to take? Do I want to play the Pete and seeing the strength of a Raging Fire? He could just play the Bell, right, for 3, and that's fine as well. Is going to quest for 1, okay. And let's see what else he decides to do here. He doesn't have a whole lot of good cards for the Tipo to ramp. But again, he's not in any hurry right now. This Kiwi version, all right, so he is going to go Pete. He's probably going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire here. Takes out the Bell. Yep, this combo version, like the Kiwi version needs board, right? It needs a board so it can quest and do the Smee into Alice, into Pluto, into Cogsworth. And at this point, as long as you just control their board, they can't get into that they can't get into those tempo turns. It's still at 0, and the combo deck can just casually draw until they get their combo pieces and just end the game quick, fast, and in a hurry. So we'll kind of see what happens here. All right, we see what looks to be a workshop come down. So the draw engine is about to start going crazy. We quest for 3. Inks the Bell, and it passes turn. All right, strength of, like he had the right pieces, just unfortunately not the right cards to make the pieces work. And now he's just trying to figure out, what do I even do at this point? Because getting Alice down does not help with anything. You do have a Strength of a Raging Fire, so you could go Alice, and then next turn you go something else, and then you can Strength, but not anymore because you inked your Strength. So opts to go the Pluto, takes out the Pete, and passes turn. All right. And now all of the blue steel player, the gentleman on the left, he just needs a way to get items, right? So Sings, just Sings let the Storm Rage on the Pluto. Pluto is now a 1/5, unfortunately. We see another item, and that looked like a workshop again. So now being able to draw 2 cards every single time he plays an item, it is not looking good for our Kiwi player. Not looking good at all, and I don't... But yeah, I think this is textbook perfect start for the blue steel combo player. The blue steel on the left is just getting those 3/3s out. I can't imagine a better start against a Kiwi player. If you guys watched the LCCC last night with Moyen against LD, he got those 2 bells down, and he was able to control LD on Kiwi the entire game. And there was just nothing that LD could get going because those bells just won the game. Those bells controlled every single play that he tried to make. All right. Only 2 damage. There you go. All right. 2 eager. So he draws. Now he does have the Cogsworth, so he is able to play that and take some resist if he wanted to. All right. Takes out one of the bells. All right, so the Smee's not bad because now you can ink something to play that Smee. He opts to get rid of the Cogsworth. All right, goes the Smee route. I did not see what else. I know he has an Alice in hand, but that Cogsworth represents a lot of opportunity. Not only does it quest for 2, but it's also just that resist +1 is just a lot of power against a deck that, I mean, they're... Sure, they have Scrooges and things coming, but still, I don't know. I think maybe it's just too slow, though. Maybe playing that Cogsworth just doesn't do quite enough that the other options in your hand are better. But he could also be bricked. We know he has one Alice. It looks like 2 Let the Storm Rage on, and Alice. There's another bell. So inks the bell to play Alice. All right. And then quest for 2. All right. Feels good. Getting movement going. He's on the board. That's a start. That is a start, right? And I think that's what it is. I think he's just really bricked. So he was forced to get rid of that Cogsworth so that he could do anything. And I'm sure that felt really bad to go that route. But now Blue Steel, like I said, control the board just long enough to where you can start getting your combo pieces. And now with that Tamatoa, next turn, you can quest with that Tamatoa to play that item, that Fortisphere, for free and still draw 2 with your workshops. But he opts to just play the Fortisphere without seeing what's in his hand. I think when you have 2 workshops down, I wonder if you just take 1 turn to draw essentially 3 cards. But we'll see. We do not know. If he has something like a Tamatoa in hand, then just getting those items down works out really well. But let's see how the Kiwi player responds. Now in just a bad place again. That Alice, if he decides to quest, the Alice that gets banished. Let the Storm Rage on. He just can't catch a break with those Let the Storm Rage on. Just uninkable after uninkable after uninkable. Now, did he sing that Let the Storm Rage on? Like, how did he play? Okay, all right, so he is playing that. Okay, there we go. All right, so now he turns his ink, plays the Benja, removes a workshop, and I don't know about that. I think a little bit more patience. You see the Cogsworth in your hand. That Tamatoa can now just easily take out that Alice. But if you would have waited just 1 more turn to get that Cogsworth down, then that Cogsworth represents the ability that Tamatoa can no longer trade into the Alice, and the Smee wouldn't take damage. Meanwhile, the Smee should have 2 damage on him, and I think a little bit of patience may have been warranted there. But you never know. We'll see how this player responds. One benefit of questing with that Alice is that now he has to challenge into the Alice. He can't quest and play an item for free this turn with the Tamatoa. So that is an opportunity. It slows him down. It slows the combo player down from getting his combo pieces. He's playing with 5 ink right now. I don't believe he's inked this turn, though, so he has more opportunities to do something. Let's see what he does. Oh, he does have... Zeus doesn't do much. It doesn't represent a whole lot, but it does answer, right? It does answer anything he might play that's not warded. But so we know it won't answer the Zeus, but it does answer the Benja. Just a lot of songs in hand right now. I think if you're the combo player, the gentleman on the left, you trade into the Alice, you Zeus the Benja, and you chill. You're happy as a clam, because at that point, what do you do if you're the other player? You trade the Smee into the Tamatoa? That doesn't feel good. So all right, so Tamatoa does take out the Alice. And let's see what he does now. Does he opt to sing these, or does he opt to play the Zeus? Nope, just opts to play the Pete. I can play the Zeus whenever I want. I'm not too concerned about it. I'm also not too concerned with you questing for 4 next turn. All right, so we know the Cogsworth will come down this turn. You could play the Alice. That is an option. You could play the Alice and Cogsworth next turn. inks the Cogsworth, goes Alice and Doc. Okay, all right. So we're going to draw 2 here. We see another Alice, so you play the Alice. That feels really good. So, oh, but he already inked this turn. Yep, so he'd already inked that Cogsworth, so he couldn't ink that other card to play the Alice, but he does challenge the Binja into it, and that Smee... I'm trying to... Maybe he didn't quest the 1 turn? I don't know. I feel like that Smee should be banished, but I may have missed something. But moving forward, we know that there's a Tamatoa in the player on the left in his hand, and it looks like he's looking at his items. What do I want to pull back for the Tamatoa? And you have 9, so you can play an item. But opts to play the Fishbone Quill, says, I'm not ready to get the Tamatoa down. I can be a little bit more patient, and plays a Popsicle. I don't know. I think if by playing the Tamatoa offers a lot of opportunity. He's able to quest a lot. You have 4 items down. You bring back an item with Tamatoa, so that's 5. So Tamatoa alone questing for 6, but also if things get really out of hand, the Tamatoa can challenge the Alice. And that is a good opportunity. But there's a Scrooge, and Scrooge can come down for free. So why not play a 4/4/1 for free? And then why don't I search my deck for another item? Because why not? You know, that seems pretty fair. Meanwhile, Steel Song's over here with a 2/3/1 and gets to search for a song. Feels bad. It feels. I want a 4/4 aerial. Okay, I want a 4/4 aerial that will let me search for a song and still be a 4/4 character. That would be phenomenal. I would be so happy. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. I'm fine. You're fine. No one's salty. Moving on though. He does have two remaining. He can still Fishbone Quill, so he still has the option to do something. And just going with the 2 to play an Oswald, because why not, right? Why not make an extra threat? And he does decide to ink. It is unfortunately an Oswald, so no trigger. The Pete is going to... Does the Pete take out the Smee? The Pete does take out the Smee. Good trade there. Slows him down. No questing, but he can quest for 4 this next turn. All the Alices. My goodness gracious. So holy crap. That is 4 Alices that he has seen now. So Doc questing for 2, Alice questing for 2, taking him up to 13. Meanwhile, next turn, he can quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which takes him to 19 and 20 with Doc. So he has Lorthel on board right now. Scrooge can take out the Alice. The question is, did the Blue Steel player keep the Zeus? He had a Zeus in hand earlier, but he may have Fishbone Quilled it, and that may be his demise. But he has a lot of ways to dig right now. All he needs is to play 1 item, and he can dig with the workshop. But I don't know if he has a good way to get an item back right now. That is the question. So let's see. And yeah, let's see what happens. Looks like Tamatoa is probably going to come down. I think that was 8 ink. Yep, so Tamatoa is about to come down. So he pops the Popsicle, and then he's going to exert his ink to play the Tamatoa. So he pulls the Popsicle. The Popsicle is going to, of course, let him draw a card. Now, will he exert a workshop or another ink to play the workshop? And he does trigger the workshop to draw another card. Okay. Digging, and he needs a song. Unfortunately, though, Oswald can't sing a song. Scrooge has to take out the Alice. Our opponent right now with the 3 Alices should be at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That was written down on paper. They just forgot to move the counter. So 13, and then he has 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 with the dock. That, yeah, just enough. And I think it comes down to just not playing that Tamatoa last turn. I think he got baited by the Oswald, and Oswald ultimately just costing him the game, because if he had played Tamatoa, then Tamatoa could answer the dock this turn, or go to a world where the Tamatoa brings back an item, and then you draw with the item off of the workshops, and you just go a little wild, maybe drawing into a lucky dime. So he does Fishbone Quill. I think he doesn't, maybe just playing it out, doesn't recognize the math right now. All right. Am I crazy, right? He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, taking him to 20. Okay, all right. I can count. That is 20. Just seeing 4 Alices is wild. That is that is crazy. And to come back from such a deficit, the opponent had 2 bells down, a Pete. To be able to come back is really impressive. But those Alices, Blue Steel does not have a lot of great ways to handle those Alices. There's just not a lot of options for them, because they're being ward, and you have to have characters down to be able to handle them when they turn sideways. But by the time they turn sideways, they've already done a lot. They've guaranteed a minimum of 4 lore if they're able to, if there's another character on the field. Just that is really rough to handle. Really, really rough. But let's see how they respond. Let's see how he comes back going into game 2. What do y'all think in the chat? Who has the advantage here? Does the advantage go to the Zan Blue Steel combo deck, or does the advantage go to the Kiwi version with the Cogsworth and the Plutos, that more tempo version of Blue Steel? They are competing. This is our table 1. They're both undefeated going into round 5. There is 7 rounds of Swiss, so they're coming into a world where whoever wins this game does have the option to just start drawing. They can draw the next 2 games and go 5-0-1 or 5-0-2 to guarantee that top 8. And with that being said, at top 8 right now, the pricing has changed. The pricing has gone from a 1K to a 3K. So top 8 getting some pretty nice prizes. Even top 32 leaving pricing going out to top 32, with 9th through 32nd leaving with 8 packs. And those 8 packs, if you value them at, we'll just say $5 for easy math. I mean, 8 times 6 is 48, right? 12, 24, 48. So even those packs, kind of getting your entry fee back as far as that $40 entry fee. So not too shabby, at all, especially if you're local and didn't have to drive too far. But for our Blue Steel player, he does have the item. Does he have the bell? And of course he has the bell. He has the bell for turn 1. And it looks like our Kiwi version is running the Mulan variant. And I am a big fan of the Mulan variant. I really like how Mulan lets you shape your hand, how it lets you have the ability to kind of dig yourself out of bad situations. And we do see a bell this time. So the Kiwi player is in a much better position than he was last game. The ability now to start trading, to get some easy early questing. It's a pretty good spot to be right now, being the Kiwi player. We do see the Oswald coming down, so the question is, does the Kiwi player have Let the Storm Rage On? Does it have a Strength of a Raging Fire? Are they going to be able to answer that Oswald before it starts high rolling? And the answer is yes. They are able to answer the Oswald. Very clean, very simple. And how do we carry on with our turn? We ink the Flowersham to play Calhoun. Yep, to play a Calhoun. So now you've even shut down that other bell. The question, do I keep questing? Like, what do I do now? And you can't strength it. You don't have enough characters. We have another Oswald coming down, so let the high rolls begin. Not the high roll you wanted to see. All right. Oswald not doing his thing. He is currently 0-6. I think he's 0-6 with Oswald. He does play an item, though. Gets some cycling done that way. And let's see. Does an easy bell trade say, hey, I don't want you to have this tempo. I do not want you to have these opportunities. And I don't want you to sing a song on my Oswald. I want to see an item. So how do we respond? If you are the Kiwi player, what comes down next? In a perfect world, Alice. In a perfect world, if you go Alice here, you are looking really bright and shiny. You're looking really sexy as a Kiwi player. We do see a Pete, which unfortunately is not an Alice. But we're okay. We're okay. One of the disadvantages of Pete into this mirror, I mean, they still do run a lot of songs, but he doesn't have any songs that are going to do a whole lot of damage to you right now. If he does run Zeus, which we did see Zeus, he could use his entire turn to sing Zeus. Oh, and Oswald high rolls. That is the perfect card to see off of Oswald early. That ability to get that down is just so good. Some people feel really good about seeing a lucky dime early, but that lucky dime does nothing for you. Whereas a workshop early like this is infinite draw now. If he sees a popsicle or a fortisphere, then he can draw 2, and that is magnificent. That is the definition of a high roll. We do see the Pluto come down, though, so that ability, Scrooge can no longer start answering your board unless you use Oswald first. And Oswald's kind of done his duty now. At this point, you can, if you're the Oswald player, you can sit here and you can go ahead, you can ink and reveal off of Oswald, and then go Oswald and Scrooge into Pluto. And that doesn't feel too bad, except that the Calhoun can trade into the Scrooge, gaining them 2 lore. With that, they do lose the Calhoun, though. So lots of different plays here that our combo player can choose from. So we reveal a Zeus. You do not want to see that go to the bottom right now. You'd rather see that in your hand. Are we going to see something like a Fishbone Quill come down? All right, we see a Flowersham. No Fishbone Quill, but we could still see a Popsicle if we draw into it in one of these 2, Popsicle or Fortisphere, both being good ones. Also, the cannon, he does run the cannon in his list, so that is an option as well. Let's see what happens. Oh, he does have the Zeus, so he is able to Zeus the Pluto for a very, very easy answer. Probably only running 2 Zeuses and just happens to see both of them. And now, oh, just a rough place. But if we learned anything from last game, it's that this Kiwi list is never out, right? We saw him come back and still able to win it from a massive deficit. So let's see what happens. Let's see what he can cook up. Does he have some crazy 4 Alices this game like he did last game? Pete comes down. Those Pete's just not quite doing it. Now, the Smee is nice. The Smee being able to... Oh, there we go. Well, that feels good. That ability to take out the Scrooge was kind of your biggest issue right now because he could trade into everything on your board and live to tell all his friends about it. But now you're looking okay. But you are in top deck mode. No Flaversham, no Doc, no... I mean, we have not seen a Tamatoa, so we do not know if he's running those, but I'd imagine he's not. I don't believe the Kiwi version is. So just kind of living on a prayer, as Bon Jovi would say, and hoping that he can see that Doc here on the next top deck. Meanwhile, we do lots of Flaversham triggers going on here. We see an ink for an Oswald trigger. Tamatoa, not what you want to see go to the bottom. All right, let's see what we do. The question is does he need to draw? Does he need to sacrifice his Flaversham? Because he can quest with the Flaversham this turn to draw 2. But if he does, then his opponent will get 2 from Calhoun. All right, and he is opting to quest for 1 and gets to draw 2. So we will see that Flaversham get taken out this next turn, and he will get to gain 2 lore off of Calhoun. But drawing 2 is just, it's more worth it than the potential that 2 lore actually matters. Because regardless, they get 2 lore anyways. Regardless of if he quests, in a second workshop, oh man, he is getting ready to draw his entire deck if he really wants to. If he sees an item, he has not seen an item yet to be able to do that. But here we see some things go. And that's just it. If he refused, takes out a workshop, that's not the best top deck, but it's a good top deck. So Pete and Calhoun into Flaversham. Pete taking 1 damage and gaining 2 lore from Calhoun's effect, banishing a character and gaining 2 lore. Smee can quest just fine. Pete questing gains 3. Now, at this point, you've got to be asking yourself, if you are the combo player, do I need Oswald anymore? Is it worth it to keep him down, or do I need to slow down my opponent? That Oswald is able to take out Smee here. Or is Binja... Binja is not a captain, I do not believe. But let's double. I'm going to double check. He is not a captain. So that Smee should have. All right, there's the dice. Okay, so he is tracking the 1 damage on the Smee. So that might change his entire turn now, because Oswald can challenge into the Smee, and probably should. You need to ink, get the trigger from Oswald 1 last time if you really care about it. And then you need to take out that Smee, because your opponent right now is questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 next turn, taking them to 16. So I think you have to. I think you have no choice but to trade Pete into Calhoun and Oswald into the Smee, leaving your opponent only questing for 4. Oh, there is the Storm Rage on, so that's dealing 2 damage. We'll see if that's enough. Is it enough to merit that? Because now the Calhoun can just challenge back, gain you the 2 lore. I think he might be holding on to that Oswald just a little too long, and not utilizing the draw power from those workshops that he was able to get so early. He has now Oswalded 3 workshops. 3 workshops is pretty wild. That is amazing. So we are going to see a Tamatoa come down, exerting what looks to be 8 ink to get the Tamatoa down, bringing back most likely a Popsicle. So, yep. All right, so there's the Popsicle. So he cannot ink again this turn, but next turn he has the potential to draw 1 off of the Popsicle and 2 off of the workshops. He does have 2 over there. Or not. 1 just went to... Oh, okay. He banishes a workshop to play a bell, leaving him with 1 workshop over there. But Tamatoa can quest to bring that workshop back if he really wanted to, and just draw like mad. So this turn, though, for the Kiwi player, most likely we will see as the Kiwi player that Calhoun trading into the Pete and then questing for 4, the Binja and the 2 Petes. But that would take him to 15. I'm not sure what he played there, though. So, all right, we do take out the Pete, taking him to 11. And then we quest for 4, taking him to 15. And he played a Smee. So there is Lorthel on board. He is in check. So you do have to trade this turn, but that Bell is going to be able to clean up Binja. Very nice. Again, Oswald can trade into Pete very well, leaving only 3 lore on board. All right, we play the Fortisphere to draw 1, and he does Workshop to draw a second card. Now, Tamatoa can quest to bring another item back, which would allow him to draw a second or another card off of the Workshop if he really wanted to. All right, it looks like he might finally be done with the Oswald. Is he going to get one more item off of the Oswald? Let's see. Let the Storm Rage on. Not another item. All right. But it looks like he has finally said, lights out, I'm going to quest with you. Or I'm going to challenge with you. And he does take out the Pete, which I believe you just have to. Bell goes in there. Tamatoa goes into the Pete, leaving him only questing for 2. And at this point, if you're Kiwi, you're going through quite a bit of your deck. And the ability to see a dock has to be coming, right? It has to be close. You have not seen one yet. Ooh, that Tamatoa, though. That Tamatoa being able to, if he has a Lucky Dime in hand, play that for free. There's a Fortis. All right, so double Fortispheres. Those double Fortispheres. And we get to see it here. He can Workshop to draw another if he wants to. And he will. So he does draw another off of the Workshop. All right. Things are going well. And he says, go ahead. Plays the Cogsworth is not bad. Cogsworth is not awful. He quests for 2 here, goes to 17. Cogsworth gives him 19. All right, so the question now remains, can the blue steel combo player find his Lucky Dime? But Lucky Dime's not going to be enough right now. He does have a lot of items, though. So there's the first draw off of the Popsicle. Of course, we have a Fortisphere in hand. Looks like he'll draw off of the Workshop first, though. Be good, because you don't get to go back in time. So now we play the Fortisphere. Essentially, we're just digging for Lucky Dime at this point. At this point, you will play every item and everything you can to find Lucky Dime. Because I do not think you win at this point unless you find it. Because you need a really big questing turn. So we draw 1 off of the Workshop. Again, just digging. You have to find, and we found the Lucky Dime. So the Lucky Dime is in his hand now. The Tamatoa can quest for 2, taking him to 4. The Lucky Dime comes down for free, and Bell takes him to 5. Tamatoa questing for 1 takes him to 6, but then the other items, if he has 4 items in play, that would take him to 10. Lucky Dime. So he does not have enough to go to 20. Well, he might be close. Like, how many items does he have? Oh, he did have enough to go all the way to 20? I'm assuming? Yeah, he had to have. He must have had a lot of items over there, because he's at 2, 3, 4, 5. Tamatoa, if you have 7 items, that takes you to 14, and then Dime would take you to 22. So he only needed 6 items. So, oh yeah, oh yeah. Like I said, all he needed to do was dig for Dime, and that's what he did. When you have that many Workshops off, yeah, that's what I figured. Like that, and that's just it. Like that, Oswald really did come in and high roll amazingly, drawing three Workshops, and that was really, really good. Meanwhile, I do not believe the Kiwi saw any docks that game. So no docks, no Alice's. He saw a lot of cards that unfortunately only quested for 1. And that's just not what you want to see when you need to be going really fast, because you get turns like that where they're able to go from 2 to 20 in one turn. Oh gosh, that's nasty to say. That just feels bad to say. But we do see a bell in the hand, a McDuck Manor. Not quite what you want to see though, but sending back 6, most likely digging for the item, digging for a turn 2, digging for an Alice. Like, just, you want a curve. This Kiwi is very tempo, and if you don't have the curve, you send it back. You send her home. We do not need you around here. McDuck Manors are great to draw into later, but not something you want early unless you just really want free ink. All right. Let's see. We see a Mulan. We see a Calhoun. We do see an Alice. So no bell, but that Mulan representing a 1-drop all the same. So you might not get to play the bell, but you can play Mulan into a Calhoun, into an Alice. So all of that feels pretty good. So we do discard the Calhoun. Probably has a Smee or something in there. Playing right now, I do not know. One of them is a gentleman from Jersey, but the one on Kiwi is a gentleman from Jersey. The one on the left with the cloth mat, I do not know. I have not had a chance to speak with him yet. So, but we can pull up the melee and check standings, and maybe that will ring someone's memory. All right, Calhoun comes down. So he did have Calhoun. I think, he's seen Bell every game now. For the gentleman on the left, we see the Oswald. So can he start high rolling? Is the high rolls on their way is the question. We ink the Bell. We take out the Oswald. So we opt to slow down that tempo to just say, hey, I'd rather you not start going a little crazy. I'd rather you not high roll like you high rolled last game. Please, sir. And we'll find out, was it worth it? That Mulan, the Bell can trade into it really easily, but if you do, then the Calhoun trades into the Bell to gain 2 lore, or you can just opt to take out the Calhoun with the Bell and be done with it, which isn't a bad option either. So let's see what he opts to do here. We do see a strength of a Raging Fire, which isn't going to do it because you want to be able to take out the Calhoun. Inks the Fishbone Quill. All right, table 1 is True Zodiac and Reverbe. Reverbe. So, but that does give me an idea. Let's do a little in-game changes. Let's make some text. We do see the P come down. Pluto is very nice. Pluto's really good here. That Pluto being able to protect them, but we do know that the blue steel player does have that Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. So Strength of a Raging Fire going to be able to come down and sing. Is going to be able to come down and sing to take out that Calhoun. But Pluto is going to slow things down by quite a bit, and not the best thing you want to see. Guy on left is from Virginia. Okay. All right. One of your locals, Pookie Duke. All right. We'll call this one left. Forgive me. I'm adding a little bit of text in here really quick. So we've got, well, crap. I do not know. I can't add text in right now because I don't know their mailing names. Well, never mind. We will add that for the next round. So next round, we will have names for the players representing on the good side of the screen. Unless, Pookie Duke, do you know the melee handle of the gentleman on the left? Is it True Zodiac or is it Reverbe? Reverbe. Ooh, another bell comes down. Again, those bells just putting in so much work. And we do have the option to sing that strength to remove the Calhoun. And then meanwhile, the Pluto only questing for one, the Mulan only questing for one. Not really scary things, not things that we're really going to concern ourselves with either. So let's see what he does here and how he responds with what he has. He could, but he could sing the strength on the Pluto, dealing 3 damage and making the Pluto a 1/2 essentially, letting the Pete trade into the Pluto and the Bell trade in. No, he can't do that. He played the Bell this turn, so that wouldn't work either. So he either opts to take out the Pluto this turn or he opts to take out the Calhoun this turn. And I can understand why he's kind of hesitant. Like, that is a tough choice to make. Looks like we are going to play a popsicle. No, the cannon. Oh, the cannon. That is nice. The cannon coming down to give you challenger, letting you take out now the Pluto and the Calhoun. Oh, and that is why you run the cannon in this list. Shield of Arendelle is really nice, giving you that +1 resistance, but giving a character that challenger, letting characters take out things like a Pluto, or letting you take out more manners and things like that. Now, I think there's a world where maybe he could have sang strength on the Calhoun first, but I think he also needs inkables, because right now he doesn't have a lot. He has 2 cards in hand. We know one is a Strength of a Raging Fire. I do not remember the other one. That Calhoun, though, still there, able to challenge the Pete to gain 2 lore, but you're left with no board except for what you play this turn. So let's see, playing the popsicle, okay. Is that a Flaversham in the far left? If that's a Flaversham, that is really big for him, because card draw has been a major issue, and it looks like it's going to be. Oh, he's thinking hard. He plays the Pluto. Maybe it is not a Flaversham on that side of his hand. It looks like he had a Flaversham on the left side, but we'll see. Maybe he did not. Looks like a Flaversham and a Cogsworth. So, interesting play, opting to not get that Flaversham down. Okay, so he had a Zeus. He hardcasted the Zeus to take out the Pluto. If that's it can't be a Cogsworth, because you would have always played the Cogsworth that turn, right? Because your Calhoun would have lived, so there's no way it's a Cogsworth. All right, we do see a Flaversham come down. Ooh, he is running the Baymax, and he's running the fancy Baymax at that. So we'll see if we get any opportunity there. Now, the Flaversham next turn could challenge into the Bell, and then you play Baymax to be able to gain some lore that way. And that's not the worst thing in the world as well. We ink the Mulan and pass turn, and let's see. We're sitting at 6, so we're not in a bad place, right? That Flaversham is so important, letting him draw and letting him grind out games. Meanwhile, he's at 6 ink, so he's able to play a lot of cards in one turn. Looks like we draw into a Smee. He is going to draw first, all right. Banishes the Popsicle to draw 2 cards. Oh, and there's the Cogsworth and an Alice. You got the Cogsworth and the Alice at this point. I think you just... Am I just too in love with Cogsworth? I just feel like you get it down. Unless you can go super wide with something else. Like, maybe you can drop an Alice and something else, like a 2-cost character. Are you leaving? Okay. All right. Real quick, I'm going to say bye to my wife. She's taking off. Cogsworth and a Smee. And we're back. The wife is taken off. She came to visit for a little while we were casting. to watch some stellar gameplay at the Safari Zone Collectibles 3K. That started off as a 1K, which is just wild. But we see some wild things happening in this game. We see the Smee come down, or coming in to take out the bell, Alice coming down, and you're like, you know what? I might as well quest for this Cogsworth. And you do not see Cogsworth questing often. You know, that Cogsworth being there mostly to protect your characters, and traditional blue steel being there to guarantee your ability to sing Whole New World. But now, doing some math, you're at 10. Next turn, you can quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Going to 18 next turn. And great time to play B-Prep. But unfortunately, I do not think that's in the cards. So let's see. Let's see if there's anything we can do. Oswald can't take out the Smee. No, the Oswald would have, or the Smee does have 2 damage on him. So the Oswald can take out the Smee. So he could remove 2 damage there. He does play the Fishbone Quill. He draws 1 off of the Workshop. Just digging for any kind of answer at this point. Trying to find a way. Unfortunately, the way is not up, and there we go. We call it there. We do the fist bump, and it is a 2-0 for Kiwi, being able to just come in and take the game against the combo deck. And I do not know. I know Moyen's version, which is a little bit of a slower, not slower, it's a more mid-rangey combo deck, does really well into this Kiwi variant. But this time, just not quite there. And I do believe that was 2-0. But let's check. All right, yep, that was 2-0. So we got a couple. I don't believe we have any more games going. Yeah, it looks like we're going to jump into the next game here pretty quick. We have 1 game still going. We have Seaman and Laruchimaro at table 4 still going. So gonna jump into the next game here pretty quick. We might not get the mobile cam out this game. Or why not? We'll get the mobile cam out. Where's my phone at? Oh, I'm on my phone. Haha. Okay, let's get the mobile cam out. We'll go see what's happening out there on the floor. And going into, about to hit round 4. All right, get the mobile cam, get that up, share camera, allow.
All right, how's the audio? All right, we're going to see if the audio sticks around the entire time. We're going to go check on them. I'm going to eat a piece of cornbread real quick. We got some soul food going on. Leftover soul food the wife brought me. But let's go check things out. We'll take Stitch along with us. How's the audio? Can you guys hear me? I think you can hear me. We're opting to just not even use... We're not even going to use the microphone this time. We're just going to go out with the iPhone and see what happens and see if that fixes the issue. See if we have a better time. But let's get out here. Let's see what's happening on the main floor and see if we can get some exciting gameplay going on. Wearing my Lilo cosplay. Got some weird looks. But also a lot of people that want to take pictures of me. Probably to make fun of me, but that's okay.
You have the Twitch stream link?
Yeah, well, I can give it to you. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's going to be twitch.tv/Meyer_madness.
Meyer Madness, got it.
And that should bring it up. Yeah. Yep. That should be me.
Dope, dope. I need an app update.
Appreciate you. What's up? What's up? Yeah. What are you playing?
Purple steel, but with no removal.
Oh wow. Jeez.
I'm joining on a tournament. I've lost almost all my games.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna do the APOD.
Okay, cool. So just let them know because they're gonna write people's names down. Okay, they have a list. Okay, cool, perfect. Well, sweet man. I hope it goes well. So
You win the pod, you get a box.
yeah, you do get a box. So wins back all your money. So
You didn't even shave your legs for this? Come on.
yeah,
man.
right. Lazy. All right. Oh wait. I knew I recognized your Marine buddy, right? That's right. Yeah, what's going on? I was like, he looks familiar, and you know, we had it. No, I'm good. Well, I've got lunch back there. I just haven't been able to eat it yet. So, did you? Yeah. Oh, that's That's a really interesting version of Diggy Hole too. Like a lot of stuff, like the Jafar coming in.
The
Not
Jafar
yeah.
and the Tempo is what won the game.
Yeah.
I stopped it because I didn't see Fox. I just
Yeah. When I saw the Jafar on stream, I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. So, and being able to quest for 2 is impressive.
I think that would be great.
I was so close.
Oh, just hey, that's fine. I don't know if anyone's still. I think everyone's done. So.
Play popsicle, pay an extra drop, draw 2. Sounds about right.
How are you doing? Yeah. 3-1-1. Just drew or went to turns.
Went to turns.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah.
Turns.
Oh yeah. You guys were the mirror earlier, weren't you?
And
Yeah.
if we had one more turn, I'd have won.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Really,
Yeah.
really,
Yep.
So, hey, 3-1-1 gives us a leg up on the other top, on the
Yeah.
3-2s though. So.
That makes me want to play against the 3-1s a little bit more.
Yeah.
Deserted the bell in.
I'm almost a little sad I didn't play today, only because I'm the only Steel song player.
Yeah,
So-
I was going to say there's a big lack of steel songs.
Yeah, there
Which
is.
I anticipated because I know you're the main one.
Yeah, for local, so it only would have been people that traveled in. But all this Blue Steel, I think Steel Song's just really good into Blue Steel.
Well, I like the steel song that kicked my butt against the steel Troubadour.
Yeah.
That was so difficult to deal with. That was
Yeah.
That was much harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
To deal with the Troubadour.
It is. That Troubadour does. Like I've grown to really love him on top of Bianca. Like that combo has just been so good. I saw Sisu finally lost, our gentleman from Freedom Gaming. I don't know if anybody is. We have one player that's undefeated still, I think. Is it you? Yeah.
Trying to say that.
The worst part, though, of only having one person undefeated is no one's gonna draw with you now. So you're playing it out, like, which means no lunch for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's just it with top 32 getting. People aren't going to drop. So.
Picture. Someone's going to hold the camera for Cody.
Where are we taking?
He's gathering right now. How are you doing right now?
3-2.
Yeah.
I was able to recover a little bit.
Nice. Going into round 6, right? Yeah.
Yep. Pop popsicle 2.
It seems to be flowing pretty well. Like.
It's not too bad. Yeah.
It's my favorite way to beat these blue steel item ones is let whole new world a couple times after they've drawn 19 cards from workshop. Like, yeah, 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 yeah. Looking, yeah, yeah. See, so I will consistently, when that turns into my game plan against red blue especially, I'll ask to see their discard. That way it's not super clear that I'm trying to count their deck. But it gets screwed up when they have more than 60 cards in their deck, and it's like, crap. How are you doing, Royce?
I was 3-0 with Amber Steel, and I just
Oh, you
lost.
are on Amber Steel.
I'm on Amber Steel.
At your aggro list, or?
It's changed a lot because Bianca is a very good card.
Yeah, it is.
Like, anything Daisy ally, me ally, Lawrence ally, so as long as I hit one of those on curve, I can Bianca on 4.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Was that your top? Was that your next draw? Oh, no.
I just lost to Vince playing Blue Steel.
Yeah, and he's not. I think that's the best version of Blue Steel. I really do. That Moyen version that is more mid-rangey.
Yeah.
So, but I think everybody's done. So, having fun, man.
Oh, yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. So, that's Moyen on there. Don't you lean forward. Moyen, yeah, I think that mid-rangey item list, like not a whole lot of items, just yes. So, and we talked about
His last cannon was wrecking me because everything in his deck was killing my Robin Hoods all the time.
Exactly. So those were things that we talked about, just dropping the T-post for Smeets, just to be able. We knew this was more an aggro meta anyway, so being able to control that, and then
you can just fishbone on 3 if you want to.
Exactly, if you need to. So
I was doing Amber Steel thing, just curving out.
yeah,
But late game, he gets to play so many things for free. He can just catch up.
Oh, Melee went down. All right, guys, we are getting into the next pairing. I'm going to grab our casting table, and I will see you all back in the booth here momentarily. Let me know if the audio worked this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into round 6. And we have one player coming up that a lot of you might recognize. We have Sizu coming up from Freedom Gaming, and we'll see if he's able to bring it. Right now he is 1 loss, so 5-1, 4-1. He's 4-1 at the moment, losing to that purple steel tempo list that we saw earlier. So let me shut some text down here. We'll shut this down. On the left here, we do have, all right, so we'll get, we got Sizu from Freedom Gaming. That's probably too big, so we'll just leave it at Sizu for now, and close that. No, cancel. Get some names in here. We'll go okay. So Sizu over here. And then on the other side, we have a local that is doing really well. I do not know what he is playing, so we're about to find out. We got Automatic in here, gonna support his brother at arms. And right now, though, Sizu's sitting in a really, really good place. Again, this 1K has been upgraded to a 3K, so he's just looking to take home the big guns today. First place, taking home 2 boxes and $500. Well, $500 in store credit. Unfortunately, in Delaware, we cannot give out cash prizes. They're protecting all of our casinos, so it is $500 in store credit, but there is a plethora of enchanteds and wonderful things that Sizu could take home if he's able to make it there. So we will find out. It's going to be exciting. We know that Sizu is rocking his green steel. We were talking about it earlier. I think green steel is in a wonderful place this set. I think that Shift Pete is as a Steel Song player, Shift Pete terrifies me to no end. Like, I'm not scared of much, but Shift Pete is one of them. And that is just a scary, scary card. But